Okay. Good morning, honorable councillors. Can we be settled so that we can start with the business of the day? Ondile, Riakala mo. I want to start with the business of the day. We are 64 in attendance, and therefore we have the required quorum to start with the business of the day. There's a lot of commotion, councillors. Unless you want us to allow you to talk, and then you'll inform us later when you are done. May we observe a moment for contemplation of meditation and prayers. Honorable councillors, officials, and guests in the house, so that we may proceed with the business of the day. Thank you. Yeah, Secretariat, there's no moment of reflection. Next time, write that appropriately. It's a moment for silent meditation and prayers. I don't know what are you reflecting on. I can see on your agenda there is written moment of reflection. Reflection on what? Thank you, colleagues. May I now proceed to the next item, which is item 106. This meeting is taking place consistent with the notice given in terms of the provisions of section 29, subsection 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act, Act number 117 of 1998 as amended, and Rule 6.1 of the Council Standing Rules and Orders, that an ordinary meeting of the Mangaung Metropolitan Council be held on the specified date, venue, and time. We are therefore fulfilling the provisions as quoted above with regard to the notice of this meeting. Councillor, I see you want to speak on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the notice of the meeting, but why do we only start at 10 o'clock? Because there's a lot of items. If we can maybe just get an explanation. Thank you.
The notice of the meeting is very explicit, Councillor. It says 45. So we are starting exactly 11:45 because the notice said 11:45.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, clarity, please. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my fellow councillors, because we must take and remember there's some of the people who stay in Wepener and some of them stay in into Banshu, and it's very far. Now we finish here at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. What time did people arrive at home? And you know the route down to Banshu is very dangerous. Please, you must stop. Let us start. Try the meeting starts. It's normal time, 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the morning. Please. Thank you.
Okay, noted. Councillor Viviers.
I was actually covered. I know there was a council meeting where this always tells me to sit until 1 o'clock in the next meeting. So I really think the question emanates from why only in the middle of the day if we have such a lengthy agenda. So in future we can take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not taking any further discussion because you are further adding on to the problem time that we are already having. Safe to say that at times the Secretariat issues out a notice on the basis of the items they are unable to issue out a notice without attaching council documents. So I want to speak on their behalf that it is not intentional. They would be waiting for items or documents that must be onboarded on your email address so that you may peruse over those documents. It is really not intentional. I can only plead with different heads of the departments to submit their items on time. Not necessarily an item, but to submit all the relevant documents on time so that at the time when the notice is issued out, it is issued out together with all those addendums informing the discussions of the meeting. May I now step off that item, colleagues? Let me proceed to the next item. I really want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the Executive Mayor and Tatenthatisi, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Metiti Odili, the Chief Whip, Councillor Nikelo, chairpersons of Section 80 committees, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, whips of different political parties represented in the council, the councillors in general, the city manager and heads of the departments, members of the media, the community of Mangaung. I acknowledge you all. I now want to proceed to the next item, which deals with applications for leave of absence. That item has been dealt with administratively. I will therefore proceed to the next item. Indeed, I have received several or numerous applications for leave of absence. That is why the House appears to be not so full. That being said, I want to step off that item and proceed to item 108. I have Councillor Martins and Councillor Gotze, Councillor Letawana. Councillor De Bruin, Gubani, Councillor Sibulau. A kere ke shebile ka letsohong le jang papa. Councillor Nhlapo. In that order, councillors, Councillor Martins. Councillor Martins. Councillor Martins is not here. I will then proceed to Councillor Kotze.
Thank you, Speaker. We would just like to state our concern with the supplementary agenda that we have received again. That's not within the standing rules and orders. But we see the items on the agenda is very important. And therefore, we support that those items be added. But please, we cannot let it continue because every council meeting there's supplementary items that are being submitted that does not come to the agenda within 72 hours. Then just another concern, Speaker. Motions and Rule 38 questions that are not being answered and not being submitted again. Yesterday, there was a scheduled meeting for motions and petitions of the Section 79 committee that was scheduled but was postponed again to the 4th of August. So we would just like to know from the chairperson of the Section 79 committee, why are motions not being tabled? Maybe he doesn't understand or interpret the Rule 29 of the standing rules and orders. Thank you, Chairperson, or Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor De Bruin.
Thank you, Chairperson. Speaker and colleagues. Speaker, I just want to bring it under your attention. We cannot afford to run this municipality like a Mickey Mouse. It's now how many times did I ask what's going on at maintenance? One vehicle to run the whole municipality for bursting pipes. We cannot allow that. We are wasting a lot of clean water. I'm complaining about 30 complaints to 40 complaints per day for burst pipes.
Where exactly are you, Councillor? Because we are now on the acceptance of the agenda.
No, Speaker. Was it not announcements?
No, we are not there yet. We are on agenda.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Speaker.
Councillor Sibulau. Oh. Yeah, ke bona bothata wa nka instructions from somewhere. Councillor Nhlapo. Okay. All right, no, that's fine.
No, just before the acceptance of the agenda, Honorable Speaker, let me send my greetings to the Honorable House and the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, yourself and the team, the City Manager, MMCs and everyone, and my colleagues, the whips of different political parties. Chair, I just wanted us to highlight this because it is also what we discussed at the level of a multi-party as well. That is why today Honorable Kotze is not asking anything that relates to the multi-party. And thanks, Honorable Kotze, for always reminding us to do that. We then propose to the House that on items of the executive mayor, item 2, 3, and 4 be combined as one item, and then items 6 and 7 to be also combined as an item. Item 9 and 10 to be also combined as an item, and the item where is that one? Item, I'll come to item 8. Item 15, Mangaung Metropolitan IPT, not that one. The ones that are talking about the MPTs, where are they? Oh, 9 and 10, yes. 9 and 10, yeah, those items to be combined together. And then on item 8, I indicated that we will engage the executive mayor in relation to this item, but I also want to bring to the attention, perhaps maybe of the multi-party as well, that there was, in terms of our understanding, there was another version that was explained to us in relation to this particular item. The only shortfall was that because we wanted to request the executive mayor maybe to withdraw the item, but on the basis of the explanation that we got from the executive mayor and the team in relation to this item, then the item will definitely serve in council as well. Thank you very much. And therefore, I move for the adoption of the agenda with the supplementary item, with the concern that has been raised by Honorable Kotze, because it was also a matter that was also raised in relation to the supplementary items that are not inconsistent with the standing rules and orders. So but I therefore want to move for the approval or for adoption of the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Yes, I just wanted to get clarity from the whip whether he managed to engage based on issue of item 15.
All right, just before you reply, Councillor Mugal.
No, thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. I'm worried about what the whip have just said now, because we slept with an understanding that item 8 has been withdrawn, because when the whip speaks, the authority speaks. That was the understanding. Now that it has been brought back, we thought the parties being engaged on it, it will call for the mayor or whoever that is in that team of executive mayor to make a special presentation on that item, because we took the item as if it has been withdrawn. That was our understanding.
Okay.
No, I think what Councillor Mungale is saying, Honorable Speaker, perhaps maybe that is also what we discussed, because in the multi-party we indicated that we will then revert back. I think the problem was us not reverting back, because we needed to consult with the executive mayor on this item. However, because the presidency has been said before Councillor Mungale, we want to respect the authority, and the authority must be respected as such. I'm standing here to also confirm that item 8 will be removed, will be withdrawn from the agenda as well.
All right, no, thank you for that clarity. You can continue.
Yeah, in relation to item 15, Honorable Speaker, I think the clarity that was needed was that what was discussed in the section 80, it is not what is in the document. And it is not what has been distributed to us so that we can be able to make sure that the information that was then, that is supposed to be provided to honorable councillors, it is the information that will be sitting isilungu or will be the information that will make sure that all of us have the same understanding in relation to what has been discussed. For the fact that the information was not distributed equally in relation to what Councillor Moreng has indicated, we will gladly also, with respect, request this item to be withdrawn and then it will come back as a complete item. 15. Thank you, Speaker. Siyavumela.
Thank you. We are now, I have about 5 seconds for the adoption of the agenda with those amendments, except the concern made by Councillor on Rule 38 and motions. Would you want to reply to that before I proceed to the next item? Councillor Moraki. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me say that all the motions that were submitted were answered and people were delivered letters of response, and then the report will come to this council as part of the noting of the work of the petitions committee. So the committee has not been so there are so many motions that were submitted here, were responded to, and people must not panic. And we'll still give a comprehensive report on all the motions that were submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Whip.
Yeah, I think, Speaker, lastly, in addition to what has been also discussed, is on all the items that are for noting, that as a norm would also allow clarity-seeking questions. However, what we also emphasize, and that needs to be recorded, and I would request that this be recorded, that all the questions that will then be asked in this house, and they cannot be answered, would then request that in the next ensuing council, they should be answered properly, so that we don't have to ask councillors to always have Rule 38 questions unnecessarily, because some of them we believe that are oral, I beg your pardon, others are for oral reply, so they need also to be replied as such. If they are asked in this house and they cannot be adequately answered, then in the next ensuing council meeting, they must be, whether it is an ordinary council or it is a special council. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I've represented what the councillors have indicated in relation to this matter.
You know, councillors, when I allow you time to debate, you are now overcooking this debate. Please, because I was just on the last point on the adoption of the agenda, and the majority of you have spoken. Even those who are not on my order paper were allowed to speak. You are the last Councillor VVS. From there, I'm not taking any further hand.
Thank you for allowing me, Honourable Speaker. I will be very quick. Thank you very much, Chief Whip. I support you wholeheartedly. Please, if Troika can then now place the pressure on the accounting officer and the administration that those questions get answered. It never happens. Thank you for allowing me.
Councillors, by show of hands, with those amendments of the items combined and those that have been withdrawn, can I now see hands of those in favor for the adoption of the agenda for record purpose? Thank you very much. The House is unanimous. May we then proceed, councillors, to the subsequent item 109. Item 109. No, usanzane batla nka a further instruction. Councillor De Bruin and Councillor Sobulao.
Yes, Speaker, thank you again. Like I said, Speaker, I mean, to run all the maintenance with one truck is unacceptable. Like even today, I did report 10 burst pipes. And then the response was, there's no diesel at the depot. We cannot go on like this. Really, our people paying the tax and rates. So, to give them not service delivery, it's unacceptable because it's looking like the dying horse have just 3 months left. Then the game is over. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sobulao.
No, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. The announcement I want to make is a concern, Speaker. We are forever accused in this municipality as useless councillors who do not take care of the community. I want to speak about posters that are hanging on poles from different political parties. And I'm asking myself, where are the bylaws? If I remember well, if elections or whatever registration happened, you are given 7 days to replace those posters, but they're still lying there. To my surprise, DA is not even saying anything. And those are the people who are forever complaining about the dirtiness of Mangaung. But they are hanging there. They are doing absolutely nothing. So I suggest that let the bylaws take effect. Because as EFF, we were given then, when Mayor Stephanie was still the speaker, she gave us a fine of 300,000 for the posters, which municipality collected from all the polls, and they were counted. So I want that to be done, Speaker. Let's clean our city and not be critics who are forever looking for things that are for us only when we're supposed to service the people of Mangaung. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sobulao. I will therefore proceed to the next item, which is item 110. Motions of sympathy and congratulations, Councillor Mhlakaza, Councillor Kotze, Councillor Sehloho, in that order. Those are the only 3 hands. Or Councillor Letawan. Thank you. In that order, those are the only 4 hands. Councillor Mhlakaza.
Thanks, Speaker, for the opportunity. Greetings to you, Speaker, the Executive Mayor of the Council, the Deputy Executive Mayor, the MMCs, chairpersons of the Council committees, council whip, the administration of this city led by the city manager, the media, the fellow councillors from different political parties, the caucus leadership of Democratic Alliance, and also the media speaker. Lastly, greetings to the community of Mangaung. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Democratic Alliance in the last by-elections of this year, where the Democratic Alliance has taken over Ward 28 of Mfuleni local municipality from the ANC. And such a historical win, Speaker, it addresses three issues. The first issue is the issue that people, they always raise to say, is it possible for Democratic Alliance to win a ward in the township? Such an answer has been answered because the Democratic Alliance has won that ward. The second issue that it addresses, especially on the basis, basing it to the community, that the community, when you campaign them, they always ask you a question to say, does my vote matters? Your vote matters. Because if you look at the difference at the voting there, the difference is only 7 votes between the Democratic Alliance and the ANC, and the DA has taken over that ward with such 7 votes. It means that you can lead a ward even if the difference is 1 vote or is 2 votes. Then the last issue, Speaker, that it addresses, it means that out of 4,468 wards in South Africa, there is no ward that is secured for any political party. So all those wards are open for contestation so that when the voters vote on the 4th of November, they can select whoever they wanted to select. In light of such, Speaker, thanks for the opportunity, gorgeous Speaker of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kotze.
Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations to several South Africans who have made our nation proud through their outstanding achievements. Firstly, we congratulate the junior Springboks on being crowned World Rugby Under-20 champions. Determination, discipline and commitment have once again demonstrated that South Africa continues to produce world-class rugby talent. They have inspired a new generation of young players and united our country through sporting excellence. We also congratulate Team South Africa's swimmers on their exceptional performance, bringing home multiple medals on the international stage. Their success is a testament to years of sacrifice, dedication, and hard work, often achieved despite limited resources and support. Our congratulations also go to Bafana Bafana for progression to the next stage of the international competition. Every victory inspires millions of South Africans and reminds us of the unifying power of sport. Closer to home, we congratulate Mr. Michael Garbett and his entire team on another highly successful Vryfees, held from 7 to 11 of July. The Vryfees continues to showcase the very best of South African arts, culture and creativity, while making an important contribution to the economy of Mangaung and the Free State. The festival attracts thousands of visitors, supports local businesses, creates opportunities for artists, and demonstrates what can be achieved when communities work together to celebrate our rich cultural heritage. Speaker, while we celebrate these remarkable achievements, we must also express our sympathy to many talented sportsmen, sportswomen, artists and performers across South Africa who continue to be denied equal opportunities despite the promises contained in our Constitution. Far too many gifted young South Africans struggle to access funding facilities, development programs, and opportunities to simply because government has failed to prioritize them. It is therefore deeply disturbing that while athletes and artists battle to secure support, the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture reportedly approved the expenditure of approximately 31 million of taxpayers' money to fund travel for celebrities, influencers, and chefs to attend a soccer event.
All right, Councillor Kotze, let me take a point of order.
I think, Speaker, the words say, proof, before you said, I'm guilty. So, the DA, ek dink hulle is diep sleg, want hulle kan nie 'n saak wen tot nou toe wat hulle probeer teen ons minister Gayton McKenzie nie. Hulle moet nog 10 maal probeer tot ons sien hulle het 'n bewys teen die minister Gayton McKenzie. Dankie.
You may proceed, Councillor. That was not a point of order, it was just an interruption.
Yes, Speaker, die waarheid maak seer. This expenditure sends the wrong message to every young athlete training before sunrise, every struggling artist trying to keep our cultural heritage alive, and every sporting federation fighting to develop talent with limited resources. The Constitution speaks of equality, dignity, and creating opportunities for all. Those principles are undermined when public money is used to reward social media personalities instead of investing in the next generation of South African champions. The Minister, Gayton McKenzie, should bow his head in shame. His responsibility is to champion South African sport, arts and culture by investing in those who represent our nation with distinction, not by prioritizing expensive trips for influencers while genuine talent continue to struggle for support. South Africa deserves leadership that places athletes, artists and communities first. Every rand of public money should be spent to expand opportunity, develop talent and strengthen our nation, not to fund unnecessary extravagance. To conclude, Speaker, this is a very big tragedy. While this minister is spending 31 million rand, he is still being protected by the King of Pala Pala, President Cyril Ramaphosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sehloho.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Mataye, the Mayor of Mangaung Metro Municipality, the Gregorian Tatisi, Deputy Mayor Melula Matiti Odile, Chief Whip of the Council, Ntate Nikelo, fellow councillors, Mangaung HODs, and the community at large. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on behalf of the ANC to pass a message of sympathy to the following families that lost their loved ones. The family of Nkwale that lost Pulane Nkwale, who was residing in Ward 18. The family of Muduka that they lost Mahadi, who was residing in Ward 27. The family of Ngangisa that lost their loved one, Tembeni Ngangisa. Allow me, Speaker, to say, many are called, but few are chosen. Comrade Tembeni Ngangisa was one of the few that were chosen. In the dispensation of the struggle against the incorporation of Botshabelo to Qwaqwa Bantu stand, he served selflessly and was one of the generation of the young lions that play a pivotal role in the struggle against apartheid. He fought against the Kwankwaitla in Botshabelo. He fought against the youth club that was led by Ramochela from the Soviet Union High School. And he fought against the security forces that were using Eagles Youth Club to harass and to kill our comrades in Botshabelo. He fought against the Blue Bakkies. That was a unit in SAPS at that time, that their aim was to harass and arrest anyone who was involved in political activities in Botshabelo. And we are proudly to say Comrade Thembeni Nxangisa was not a product of social media, but he was a product of the struggle in Botshabelo. He became an MEC of agriculture and served the people of Free State in a distinguished way. He served in different structures of ANC and in a par excellent way. And I'm reminded, Speaker, of the scripture from the book of Acts, chapter 13, verse 36, that says, David, when he has served his own generation in an excellent way and according to the will of God, he slept and he went to his forefathers. This is one of the things that Comrade Thembeni Nxangisa did it in his life. He served his generation and he was a selfless leader. He was approachable. He was not a comrade that it becomes difficult for anyone to approach or to associate himself with. Now, I want to say to the people of Free State, we have lost a cadre, we have lost a role model in the political arena. We have lost a mature cadre, somebody who cannot fight for positions, but somebody who understands that positions comes as a matter of responsibility. Now, in closing, Speaker, I want to say, as ANC, we have lost also. But may the Lord wipe our tears away, also the people of Free State. May the Lord bless the souls that have departed in peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tawana.
To utilize the 1 minute, 10 seconds left by Councillor Setlo. Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, Council Whip, members of this council, distinguished guests, as well as the people of Mangaung. Allow me first to address my councillor, Honorable Councillor Mhlakazi, just to take off where he left. Councillor Mngale. Councillor Mhlakazi, I don't know whether deliberately so you chose to forget to tell this house and the people who are listening through this platform that the very same word that you are referring to is being challenged, is before the electoral court. And the reason for that, for those who do not know, is that the voters' roll that was used for those by-elections is regarded unreliable. And the unreliability thereof is on the basis that 100 people were registered in one house. So not in South Africa where we have seen 100 people in one house registering as potential voters. That's the reason why that word is being challenged. Honorable Speaker, as we conclude the celebration of Mandela Month, we pause to honor the extraordinary life and enduring legacy of Dr. Nelson Mandela, the founding president of our democratic South Africa. Madiba stood for justice, equality, human dignity, reconciliation, non-racist, non-sexist, and democracy. And the unwavering belief that every South African, regardless of race, background, or social standing, deserves the opportunity to realize their full potential. His life reminds us that freedom carries with it the responsibility to build a united, inclusive, and prosperous society. One of the many lessons he taught us was that Sport is far more than recreation or entertainment. It is a powerful force capable of healing divisions, inspiring hope, bringing people together in pursuit of a common cause. As we reflect on the enduring legacy of our founding democratic president, Utata Nelson Mandela, we are reminded of his timeless words, and I quote, "Sports has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has a power to unite people in a way that little else does." Close quote. These words continue to resonate because they capture the true essence of sport, not merely as a competition, but as a powerful instrument for nation building, social cohesion, and economic development, but above all, inspiring hope. The people of Mangaung have always embraced the philosophy. I have always embraced this philosophy. Ours is a community that lives and breathes sport. From football, cricket, athletic, rugby, netball, to community sport cause. The passion of our people has made Mangaung one of South Africa's most recognized sporting destinations. Our sporting history is rich and distinguished. We proudly remember South Africa's history triumph in the 1996 African Cup of Nations, a victory that symbolized the unity and confidence of young democratic nation emerging from the shadows of apartheid. That achievement inspired generations of South Africans to believe that together we could achieve great. And Mangaung has also proudly played its part on the global stage. Bloemfontein successfully hosted the matches during the 2010 FIFA World Cup, welcoming thousands of visitors from across the globe. The tournament showcased our city's world-class infrastructure, warm hospitality, organizational excellence, as well as the ability to host international events of the highest standard.
Thank you.
But why Ilin so speaking? Thank you very much, Speaker. I will conclude when I come back with other items.
Thank you, Councillor. Welcome, Councillor Majoro. We are extremely sorry to start this meeting without you. Next time we will not do this again. We waited for you for 45 minutes, hoping that you'll be here earlier. But we will be careful not to start this meeting again. Councillors, that concludes our discussions on this item. We may now proceed to the next item, which deals with confirmation of minutes. There's 6 minutes of different meetings, which we will have to confirm. I have the following speakers on this item: Councillor Kotze, Councillor no. Oh, no. Can I see hands of those who would want to speak on this item? Or may I approach it differently? Let me draw your attention to the first set of minutes, 30th October 2025. Can I see a hand for the adoption of those minutes as a correct reflection of what was discussed on that day? Or is there a correction that you would want to make? Ekare le lahlehile. Councillor Sifaki.
No, ke a leboha, motsamaisi wa dipuisano. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the minutes of the ordinary meeting Thursday, 30 October 2025.
There's a mover, any seconder? Councillor Sekhu.
I rise to second.
There's a mover and a seconder. Can I see hands, colleagues, in support of this mover for the adoption of those set of minutes? Thank you. The House is unanimous. Let's look at the Councillor Viviers.
Thank you for allowing me, Speaker. Speaker, maybe it's a good time today to give a word of thanks to Rini and our team at the administration. Normally, barring if somebody puts up their hand, it's always 100%. If that is the feeling of the House in totality, then you could maybe rather ask if anyone has objection, and then I think we will save 10 minutes. Just a suggestion. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let's look at the special meeting, 15 December 2025. Is there any objection for the adoption of those minutes? What a shortcut. There's no objection. The minutes are duly adopted. Let's look at the ordinary meeting of the 29th January 2026. Is there any objection, honorable councillors, for us to consider those minutes as a true reflection of what was discussed on that day? There's no objection. The House duly adopts the minutes of the 29th January 2026. Let's look at the special meeting of the 26th February 2026. Any objection, colleagues, that we accept those minutes as a true reflection of what councillors discussed on that day? In the absence of objections, I take it that the House duly accept those minutes as a true reflection of what was discussed on that day by the Council. Let's look at the special meeting of the 30th March 2026. Is there any objection, question, or correction with regard to those minutes? In the absence of any objection, question, or correction, I take it that the House duly accept the minutes of the 30th March 2026 as a correct reflection of what the Council deliberated on on that day. Let's look at the last minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 30th April 2026. Is there any question, correction, or objection to those minutes? In the absence of a question, a correction, or an objection to the minutes of the 30th April 2026, I take it that the House duly accept those minutes as a true reflection of what was discussed on that day by the Council. Councillors, that concludes our discussion on this item I will now proceed to the next item, which is item 112, disclosure of interest. That item has been dealt with administratively. I will then proceed to item 113, reports of the Speaker. I have Councillor Morake and Councillor Kotze and Councillor Mshakaza. Any other hand? Those will be the only three hands for now. Councillor Morake.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, the Executive Mayor, the HODs, the Chief Whip, the Deputy Executive Mayor, and also the City Manager. I think that this item is an item for us to intensify the issue of establishment of the Office of Ombudsman. So now, here we have developed a corporate logo that will be a face of the Office of Ombudsman. And I think that as such, like we have said, the office will be independent. And as such, Speaker, I need to emphasize this. We need cooperation from the administration, both the CFO and the City Manager, for the implementation of this office. And this office is not by the way. It's an AG, finding an AG decision, and also proposal of political parties that for us to achieve to achieve a situation where our citizens are heard fairly, transparently, we need to have an independent office. So as such, we are expecting support from the administration for the full implementation of this office. And council take decisions here. And when the council has taken decision, they must be implemented. There is no discussion after council decision. So I think as such, Speaker, you'll really, as you play your oversight role, you'll emphasize and make sure that the office is full functional, the office is fully supported. So I think this is a corporate logo that is presented here, and also the motivations for the logo, which was chosen. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Morake. Councillor Kotze.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, fellow councillors and residents following these proceedings, we are asked today to consider the request for the approval of the Ombudsman corporate identity and logo. The DA supports the principle of a visible, accessible and credible office of the Ombudsman. In a municipality where residents face unresolved complaints, billing failures, service delivery breakdowns and delayed responses, an Ombudsman can play an important role in restoring that trust. But trust is not created by a logo. Trust is created by independence, lawful authority, clear procedures, accessible complaint channels, and consequences when the municipality fails residents. The report states that the Office of the Ombudsman was officially launched in 14 November and that the logo is intended to promote accountability, transparency, fairness, and good governance. These are important values. But there was also practical weaknesses in this proposal. The annexure is called a corporate identity, yet it does not provide the basic technical specifications expected from such an identity. There are no color codes, no approval typefaces, no minimum reproduction sizes, no accessibility standards, and no clear rules for signage, email signatures, digital use, or small format application. Council is therefore being asked to approve an image, not a complete corporate identity system, even though Recommendation C authorizes the comms unit to implement the full corporate ombuds identity. There are further inconsistencies. The document refers to 5 pillars, while the visible logo contains 4 columns. It also refers to the criminal justice system, although a municipal ombudsman deals primarily with administrative justice, maladministration, and service delivery complaints. Residents must not be given the impression that this office is a court or exercise powers beyond its lawful mandate. The financial information is also missing. We are not told who designed the logo, what it cost, how it was procured, what rollout will cost, which budget will fund implementation, or whether the municipality owns the copyright and source files. The DA therefore calls for this item to revert back, subject to written confirmation on cost, procurement, compliance, intellectual property ownership, and a complete identity manual. Residents do not need symbols without systems. They need an ombudsman that is truly independent, properly empowered, and accessible. Thank you.
Councillor Mhlekaza.
Speaker, I rise to support Councillor Paul Kuzie, especially in relation to the 3 bases in relation to this logo. The first one, or in relation to copyright, whether do us as a municipality, because there's few questions that needed to be answered there, that do we own such a copyright? Because in relation to that, it has got legal implications to us as the city. That is why such things needed to be explained. Then the second issue, look at the side of the financial aspect on how much has been used in relation to this, because it needed to be accounted for so that the citizens of the city, they know how their money is being used. Then the last issue, Speaker, would be in relation to the outside appearance of the logo, in relation especially to what Councillor Paul Kuzi has referred on, of having a contradiction of 5 values and 4 values that are being appeared on the logo. In relation of that, Speaker, we hold a strong view as the Caucus of Democratic Alliance that such needed, Speaker, to be corrected so that there are no contradiction in relation to that issue. There are just things that are minor, Speaker, to be corrected there. And after that, we don't think we'll have a problem as the Caucus of the Democratic Alliance to approve such. Thanks, Speaker.
Masibulele, Councillor Mhlekaza, ndiyabona uyayisebenzela i-second term, Mhlekaza. No, that's on a lighter note. Councillor Morake, do you want to make a comment or reply to questions raised by the 2 councillors who spoke earlier?
Yeah, I think that since that the office is new, there will be a lot of suggestions, like honorable members are suggesting that how maybe the process must be handled. But we're saying that for the meantime, we'll incorporate all their comments into this document, so that today it must be approved by council, so that we don't delay more. And whatever they have suggested, we'll make sure that we try to make sure that we incorporate that into them. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, you are welcome.
You missed me.
We were halfway through our agenda and we tried in vain to wait for you, but we saw that you are not going to make it.
No, thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I would just like to agree with the previous speakers in terms of we shouldn't just have the offices of ombudsman, offices of MPEG that does not have teeth to bite. We should just not take their concern. We should seriously take our concerns because these are, we now talking about the money of the people of South Africa and Mangaung at large. So it can't be correct that we just say we're going to put an office of ombudsman. You know, when you talk about office of ombudsman, it has got some kind of a weight. But that ombudsman's office shouldn't have what you call teeth to bite. And we definitely support the move. However, it shouldn't be that's just an office that does not have any powers. Thank you very much.
I want us to conclude discussions on this matter, councillors. There's a proposal for us to refer this matter back. It has been seconded. Let me see hands of those in favor of this second proposal to refer the matter back. Oh, just before, Council Whip.
No, Honorable Speaker, I was necessarily, I was not interfering with the work that you are doing in relation to dividing the House in relation to what has been proposed on this particular matter. But however, I wanted also perhaps maybe to engage in relation to this particular matter to say it is our, we support the work of the ombudsman, and indeed there must be a clear corporate identity of the ombudsman of Mangaung, so that we can be able to know that it is an office that is effective and the office that is able to be identified as such in terms of assisting the communities of Mangaung as per what has been agreed before. However, we also wanted to weigh in on the suggestion that perhaps maybe borrowing from also what Councillor Morake has just indicated in relation to say the inputs are welcomed in terms of redefining and making sure that the corporate identity of the ombudsman becomes the one that we will all be proud of, that will be one that we all can relate with. And therefore, I would also want to say, humbly request that, in fact, concur with what the councillors are saying in terms of saying, let's refer the matter back and redefine and work towards ensuring that the corporate identity that will then be coming to the council would also, because the other one, the other issue that is prompt us to do so, the one that is being brought to us, it's only black and white. We cannot even see the colors clearly in terms of that. But I'm saying let's refer the matter back and then work on the particular matter so that we can be able to finalize on it. But it must be done as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Sure, councillors, can I see hands of those who are not in favor of this proposal to refer the matter back. Okay, let me just be clear so that when we refer the matter back, there's clear pointers on what must be done. There's a suggestion that the logo should be, the whole exercise should be costed. Should be costed so that we know the financial implications of the whole exercise. The second point is that there should be a proposed logo. The one that is here is not clear. Is there any other third one? I just want us to be much clearer on what are we referring back on. Because all of those things can be done, but we must refer this item with a clear instruction on what must be done. I'm sure you are adding on the two things that I've just recapped on. You may proceed, Councillor Viviers.
Councillor Costa can assist, but I think the most important, barring what you've mentioned already, is those copyrights.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Councillor, you may proceed.
Yes, exactly as my colleague said, the copyrights and of course a full identity manual, signatures, all of those things. I think the logo will be the main part of it, but just how they will communicate and what logos and signatures and colors, things like that.
Thank you. We are therefore unanimous that this item must be referred back on those points that have been raised. I wouldn't want to waste any further time on this item. That concludes, colleagues, our discussions on the item on 113.1. May we then proceed, colleagues, to 114. There are certain items which were combined. I would like the Executive Mayor to officially table before the House those items. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me rise on the protocol established by yourself and start by saying, when you call it ombudsman, just as on a light note, not only does it sound chauvinist, it really does not reflect a country, a society, a council that is to be counted in the midst of all as ensuring equality and the emancipation of women. And I'm sure if you Google, you'll realize that if you call it ombuds or ombudsman, it's one and the same. So for purposes of reference, I would really request that as the document is prepared, refined, and is brought back to the council, can it only refer to ombuds and leave the men part of it? So that we must be politically correct, isn't it? As a council. Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to table the items as they come from the Office of the Executive Mayor. And in accordance with the proposal that was made by councillors in rectifying the agenda, item 2 and 3 and 4 were then brought together. Item 9 and 10 were then also coupled together. Item 8 was expunged out, and item 15 was expunged out. But Speaker, I then want to talk to item 11. Because item 11, the tabling of it has got some rectification that have got serious legal connotation. And if not corrected, the matter might not see the light of the day. It will always be a debate in the corridors of court, and would like to avoid that. Now, colleagues, on item 11, could you please look at that? And then I just want to deal with some amendment that would make that item to be to be in keeping with some of the resolutions that we must take as council. The item requests council approval in principle for the, and there is a word that we have added there. Instead of saying for the alienation, it says for the intended alienation. So in that sentence, as at the introduction part of the item, there will be for the intended alienation. And then immediately, colleagues, as we go to the purpose, the first line, it will say, to seek council's approval in principle for the intended alienation. That is line number 1 on the purpose of the same item that I'm talking to, on item 11 that appears on our agenda. Now, when we paged over, colleagues, towards the recommendation, there will be point 1. It will also say, approves in principle the intended. The question is that this matter has been a pain on my neck with regard to some resistance to see it followed through, and legally to ensure that we do not flound some processes. It is so proposed that those areas that I've made reference to, please, colleagues, be read as such, and we include such proposal on the item. Other than that, Speaker, I want to believe that I have made now reference to all the items, and for purposes of trying to really make up to time, I know that it would have been prudent and advisable to read item by item, but I think as we deal with items, then they will be properly introduced. Then the community of Mangaung and those that are following us on social media as well as media will understand as we talk to them. I so submit, Speaker. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Executive Mayor. I'm now going to ask you, councillors, to draw items.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. I thought when I spoke last time I was audible, but it seems like we need interpretation. I've asked the mayor indirectly while I was talking to the whip of the council that on item 8, now that the item was going to be accepted because of reasons that were advanced to the whip, that the whip understood, we wanted the item, when it gets its expression in this council, that the mayor must talk on it, unless the item has been removed. Or no, if it's withdrawn, it's fine. I apologize. Your English was too sophisticated for me.
I'm going to acknowledge hands of those who would want to speak on different items. On item 1132, in fact 114, 114, 4243, 44. I have Councillor Kotze on 114.2. Okay, on item 114.1, let me first acknowledge hands there. Councillor de Kock. Councillor Lechuko and Councillor Musala. Councillor Sibulau. Sure, those will be the only hands on that item. Item 114.2. Councillor Chart, are you on this item? Councillor Denner. Councillor Mungali. Okay. 2, 3, 4 is one item. So in that one combined item, I have Councillor Chart, Councillor Denner, Councillor Mungali, Councillor Bothma, Councillor Musala, Councillor Sibulau, okay. Councillor, in fact, item number 5. Councillor Foster. Councillor Botma. Deputy Executive Mayor. Councillor De Hayes. Councillor Mungali. Yeah. Item 6 is out. No, item 6 and 7 is combined. So on that item, I will have Councillor Botma, any other hand? Councillor Mungali, Councillor Vivier, Councillor Sibulau, Councillor Peter. Sure. And then item 8 is withdrawn. Item 9 and 10 is combined. So on that item, I'll have Councillor Chart, Councillor Vivier, Councillor Sibulau, Councillor Nhlapo, those will only be the hands that I've noted. On item 11, I'll have Councillor Martins on this item. and Councillor Chard.
Sorry,
Uh-huh.
if I may, Speaker, just a correction on our list. We have 114.11 to be drawn by Councillor Martins. I think he will be there at that time, but then Councillor Bauer as the second speaker, if you can just make sure. Thank you.
No, I don't have the list you are reading from.
That's the one that was mailed to you, but unfortunately it's Councillor Lyle Bauer. It's not Councillor van der Walt, but he can confirm himself. Thank you.
All right, on this item 11, who will be speaking?
From the Democratic Alliance side, it will be Councillor Martins and then Councillor Bauer. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Snyman. Councillor Mongale. That will be all on item 11. Sophie. All right, item 12. Councillor Ramil. Is that correct? Councillor Ferrer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was also just drawing that point, Councillor, point number 12.
The list I have here says Councillor Ramile speaking on behalf of Councillor Ferrer. So I just wanted to be clear. Is he going to be the only speaker on this item?
Yes, Speaker, I have to leave now at 3 o'clock.
Okay. Councillor Foster. Any other hand? Councillor Msala? She will be speaking on this item. Okay. Thank you. That concludes our list of speakers on that item. Item 13. Councillor Lotrit. Councillor de Kock. Councillor Mongale. Councillor Msala. Item 14. Councillor Mongale. Councillor Kotze.
On item 13, I need also draw on item 13, please.
All right. We are still on item 14. It's Councillor Mongale, Councillor Foster, Councillor Murray, and those will, lastly, Councillor Kruger. Yeah, Item 15 has been withdrawn. Item 115, there is a supplementary agenda, so the chairperson of MPEC will speak on that item. Item 116, reports from audit, none. 117, reports on ward committees, consolidated report on ward committees. That will be dealt with when we come to that item. There are several reports received. On item 118, just want to make a correction here there on SALGA reports. There is a report submitted by Councillor Morueng. In committee reports will be that item mentioned there, separation of two departments. Or item 120, notice of motion, none. Item 121, questions in respect of Rule 38. And therefore, that will be the end of our discussions. I just want the correct rule here. I'll consult on it. However, that rule gives the speaker the power to make the discretion again on the allocated time. I see that there's just so many items here and so many speakers. At the right time, I will make a determination that we will not be taking 5 minutes. We will reduce our discussions to 3 minutes. So I want to set it as a rule. Rule 34. Rule 34 gives the speaker the power to make changes to the allocated time for discussion. I'm really saying this because I can see that the majority of items here are noting. In spite of that, councillors would still want to discuss. So I wouldn't want to deprive you of your right to discuss, but let's shorten our...
Point of order.
Well, let's short, not whilst I'm speaking. That's a bad interpretation of our rules. May you allow me first to conclude, Councillor Viviers. I will acknowledge you. So, I know that I've taken guidance from your discussions with the WIPARI, but it is always difficult that once there's a decision among yourselves that you on items for noting, there will be no discussion. But councillors are always for a lack of a better word, councillors are always determined to make speeches or to speak on those items. And our rules are clear. I cannot deprive you of your right to speak. I can only amend the allocated time for speaking. Thank you. You are now on recognized Councillor Viviers. Councillor Spolau, you'll...
Thank you for allowing me, firstly, Speaker. Secondly, I truly understand where you're coming from also. We don't want to walk out here tomorrow morning at 1 o'clock. But respectfully, let me read the relevant rules. 34.1, and I'm going to go quick. No speech shall exceed 5 minutes in length without the consent of the speaker. And the speaker, on the other hand, shall have no discretion to give less than 5 minutes in length of speech for a councillor. This period shall exclude concessive translation time required. Then 34.3, and I think that's the one that you are referring to, but we have to read it in full. The speaker or the chairperson shall be entitled to, at any time, to set, limit or extend reasonable time limits for the discussion of and or any decision or any item or group of items on the relevant agenda, bearing in mind the provisions of 34.1 above. So please, we're not going to debate about it now, but hopefully you will allow the 5 minutes, and hopefully we can get through this quickly. Thank you.
My ruling is final. I'm not going to allow for 5 minutes. It will be 33. Read that ruling, read that point, that 33. Read it. Do not read in order, councillors. Do not read it selectively. Do not read it selectively, councillor. That ruling rule is very explicit that the speaker reserves the right. So please, I've motivated why am I taking that route. That I know that you have prepared speeches, even on items where you agreed as the whipper that there's no need for discussion. I am saying I cannot deprive you of your right to speak. Respecting that right, I will simply have to limit the time, and that's fair enough. So please, colleagues, we will stick to that final ruling I've made. Okay, I'm now going to acknowledge the first speaker on the item. Reina, reset your 5 minutes to 3 minutes. Councillor?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Based on what was said in the previous whip, Harry, which I was part of it, where we agreed that noting will not be discussed, I now reverse my memorial to say, as the EFF will not discuss any item for noting.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Swilao. I think you are progressive because it makes the life of the presiding officer very difficult when we have committed not to discuss. And then when we come to this open session, councillors wants to discuss. It makes me in a very, it puts me in a precarious position because I cannot deprive you of your right to speak, but I also cannot ignore what you collectively agreed without any influence from my office. Thank you very much. Councillor Whip.
I just wanted to say, Speaker, Councillor Vusi was also reminding me as well that we align ourselves with what Councillor Bolao has just indicated, that from the ANC, we won't discuss anything that is for noting in council as per the decision, because we respect authority. Councillor Mungale. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nikelo, on behalf of the ANC for that clarity. And I can only hope other councillors and parties can take cue from the good example set by the EFF. I will now acknowledge the first speaker. I'm sorry, Councillor De Hayes and Councillor Zule. I can see that today you are left-handed. What happened to your? What happened to your right hand?
Speaker, I don't want to go through that.
Okay, no.
I'll tell you.
And you know, we're sorry that you are in a way incapacitated. Let me now acknowledge the first speaker, Councillor de Kock.
Honourable Speaker, we recognise that this is required paperwork, but we're not backing a process plan that's thin on actual content, fuzzy on who's accountable, and completely silent about the real problems Mangaung is facing. Firstly, on public participation, the closing date for public comment was the 3rd of July 2026, while this report is dated 7 July, a mere 4 days later. That raises an important question. Were the comments received from residents genuinely considered and incorporated, or was public participation simply treated as a procedural requirement? Furthermore, on public participation between October 26 and May 27, it's compressed into a single line item covering ward consultations, draft ward plans, etc. There are no ward-specific dates and no published consultation schedule. In a metro battling severe service delivery failures, that is simply not good enough. Residents deserve to know exactly when they will have an opportunity to participate. Yes, legally a process plan is strictly a procedural roadmap or time schedule, not a substantive IDP document itself, but a process plan that sets out no clear framework for how ward-specific needs will be weighed and measured from the outset, risk yielding another vague, non-strategic final IDP. Secondly, financial sustainability. The document states that the municipality will implement a financial recovery plan that rebuilds financial sustainability. That single word, rebuilds, is an acknowledgement that Mangaung's financial position is currently unsustainable. If that is the case, then Council should not merely be asked to note this process plan. We should simultaneously be presented with the municipality's financial recovery plan, the latest cash flow position, and the most recent audit outcomes. Vague assurances are not accountability. Ratepayers deserve facts and figures. Thirdly, this plan is heavy on national policy, but light on Mangaung itself. It refers extensively to the NDP, the Free State Growth and Development Strategy, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Integrated Urban Development Framework, and the District Development Model. Yet, nowhere we find the draft budget allocations, ward-specific priorities, or measurable targets linked to the municipality's own 5 strategic pillars, which are spatial transformation, economic growth, service delivery, financial health, and organizational strength. A process plan that cannot even indicate what success will look like in Mangaung is not a strategic plan. It's simply a compliance checklist. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor de Kock. I know that you had prepared a written speech. May you please forward it to the admin here so that they can capture your speech in full for record purposes in our next minutes. Thank you. Councillor Lechoko, I take it that you will not be speaking on this item. Injalo. This one is for approval.
It's for approval.
Okay, if it's for approval, may I now recognize you?
Ngiyabonga, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. People of Mangaung and councillors, I rise to table 2027/2032 IDP and budget process plan for approval by the council. The purpose, Speaker, is that the report requests the council to consider and approve the IDP and the budget process plan. As it outlines the report, this process plan sets out the framework for the planning, drafting, consultation, adoption and review of the integrated development plan, the MTR budget, and the institutional performance management processes. This is not just a compliance document, it's our roadmap for the next 5 years. This tabling is full compliance with Section 28 of Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000, which requires the municipality to adopt a written process, guided and planning draft adoption and review of the IDP. Furthermore, Section 34 requires us to review the IDP. The attached process plan outlines how we'll develop the 5-year IDP with the MTF budget. It also outlines the institutional performance management processes and will support the planning, budgeting, and monitoring and reporting. It includes the strategic and the people-centered. It reminds me that I'm guided by the philosopher Benjamin Franklin. If you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. Planning is not an event, it's a discipline without a credible process. There can be no credible plan, no credible budget, and no credible delivery. Habakkuk ore, write the vision and make it plain on the table that he may run who reads it. For the vision is for the appointed time. Speaker, that is what we are doing today. We are writing the vision plainly so that administration may run with and our communities may know where we are going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. You can do likewise. I can see that you are reading from a prepared speech. Please forward your speech to admin here for inclusion in our next council meeting. The next councillor is Councillor Sibulao. Okay, let me take Councillor Musala.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me rise on protocol that has already been established. Executive Mayor must provide political leadership and oversight and ensure that the process plan is developed and adopted as required by legislation. The city manager and administration must coordinate the process, ensure legal compliance, and integrate planning, budgeting, monitoring, and reporting. HODs and municipal entities must align programs, projects, budgets, and performance targets so that every unit of the municipality pulls in the same direction. The roles and responsibilities in this process plan must therefore be treated as commitment and not formalities. Council must consider and adopt the IDP, the budget, the performance management systems with the seriousness they deserve. Moreover, the schedule in the process plan gives us a disciplined path from preparation, strategy development, project formulation, integration, public consultation, and approval. But a timetable only has value when we honor it. The tabling of the process plan, consultation with stakeholders, development of draft work plans, engagement with national and provincial departments and state-owned entities, preparation of the draft IDP, MTREF budget and SDBIP, and final approval by council must be approached with agency coordination and transparency. The departments and residents must all help us identify what matters most, what must be funded first, and what outcomes must be monitored closely. Honorable councillors and stakeholders, the success of the 2027-2032 IDP and budget process will not be measured by the number of meetings held or pages produced. It will be measured by whether communities see better planning, better budgeting, better implementation, and definitely better accountability. It will be measured by whether we rebuild confidence in local government through results. This is our opportunity to move from compliance to consequence, from consultation to commitment, and from plans to delivery. Inclusion, let us therefore use this process to listen with humility, plan with honesty, budget with discipline, implement with speed, and report with transparency. Let us make the IDP a living instrument that guides real decisions and delivers real improvements. If we work together with focus and integrity, this process can help us build a Mangaung that is more inclusive, financially sustainable, spatially transformed, economically active, and worthy of the trust of its people. As a response to Councillor de Kock, as always, we publish dates on various social media platforms for the public participation we have started. And we have started with compiling some elements of a work plan. Councillors, work plans are meant for total planning and allocation of rents and cents. Secondly, they are meant for total control by communities of the ward. As I rest, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. This 3 minutes rule is good. Very good. It is meant for high level engagement. So next time when I say councillors who are going high level, know that I'm evoking Rule 3, Rule 34, 3 minutes. Okay, Councillor Dimpale, you can speak on behalf of Councillor Sibolavu.
No, thank you very much, Chairman. The Economic Freedom Fighters welcome the tabling of the IDP budget process plan because planning is fundamental to development local government. However, planning alone is not enough. Mangaung has developed many plans over the years, but communities continue to experience water shortage, severe sewage spillage, deteriorating roads, and poor service delivery. The real challenge is implementation, not planning. The document states that the IDP process will be informed by public participation and what priorities. While this is commendable, communities often complain that they are consulted every year, but their priorities are not reflected in the final budget. Public participation must be meaningful and must influence municipal spending, not merely fulfill a legislative requirement. The municipality also presents governance, recovery, infrastructure development, economic growth, and financial sustainability as key priorities. These objectives are important, but they have appeared in provisions IDP without producing the desired improvements. The residents of Mangaung deserve measurable progress, not repeated commitments. Speaker, the municipality acknowledges that it remains in a financial recovery phase and identifies improving revenue collection, reducing the unauthorized expenditure, and addressing water losses as priorities. This is a positive admission, but financial recovery will not succeed without stronger accountability and consequence management. Residents cannot be expected to pay for services that are unreliable or not delivered at all. The municipality also commits itself to road governance and zero tolerance for fraud and corruption. The EFF support the commitment, but it must be demonstrated through investigations, disciplinary action, and the recovery of public funds where wrongdoing has occurred. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. That concludes, colleagues, our debates on this item. May I now see hands of those in favor of the three recommendations for approval to approve 2027-2032 IDP and budget process plan, and that the approved process plan be submitted to the MEC for cooperative governance and national treasury. That's interruption. And that lastly, that the approved 2027-32 IDP process plan be published on the municipal website. Can I now see hands of those in favor of those recommendations, colleagues? Thank you very much. The House is unanimous. I was trying to aggregate four councillors from the rest. No, let's take a vote then, councillors. Are you? Do you insist that we take a vote, or is my ruling okay with you? It's fine now. Thank you, councillors. The House is unanimous. Or you are abstaining. The House is unanimous except the Freedom Front plus 5 councillors are abstaining. Thank you very much. It will be recorded accordingly. Let's then proceed to item 2, 3, and 4 combined items. The first councillor, Councillor Chart.
Thank you, Speaker. The item is for noting, so I just want to ask a few questions. While it's encouraging that the report includes some corrective actions for underperforming indicators, the larger concern is that this report continues to tell Council what percentage of indicators were achieved, but not always whether residents are actually experiencing improved service delivery. The municipality reports that performance has improved, yet many of the same systemic failures remain evident across Mangaung. Speaker, residents continue to report water pipe bursts today and yesterday. I've been sending, and this week, to the GM, to the HOD, to the mayor, some of these bursts in Brandwag and Universitas for extended periods. Recurring failures in refuse, ongoing failure in refuse collection, which causes dumping, pests, all those kind of things across suburbs, and significant delays in approval of building plans despite the new digital system. I'm told one architect handed in 10 plans months ago, and they are sitting on 38%. They have not been approved. Majoro, through you, Speaker, please give attention to that. It doesn't help we have a digital building plan system now, and the departments that have to approve those plans from the different departments refuse to use the online system, and now building plans get stuck. These recurring failures affect public confidence, economic activity, and the municipality's financial sustainability. So, Speaker, through you, I want to ask the following questions. Firstly, to the Executive Mayor. Firstly, how does the Executive Mayor reconcile the reported performance in the SDPIP with the daily experience of residents? Which performance indicators specifically measure these service delivery outcomes rather than internal administrative procedures, which is a lot of the times what the SDPIP measures? Secondly, the new report includes corrective actions for underperforming indicators. How are these corrective actions monitored, Executive Mayor? How many of the corrective actions in Q3 were actually implemented? How many departments demonstrated measurable improvement in their result? And how will Council verify that these actions are producing better services for residents rather than simply being repeated in future reports? Thirdly, which of the 31 indicators that remain unacceptable, Mr. Mayor, relate directly to the service delivery failures, which senior managers And which senior managers accountable for those failures are accountable for those failures? And are these quarterly performance results now directly linked to the performance assessments of the city manager and the HODs? If not, how will we ensure accountability? Lastly, Speaker, many of these corrective actions show generic expedite improvement, improve monitoring, conduct maintenance. Can the executive mayor indicate by when these corrective actions must be implemented and by whom?
Can you do likewise submit? Because
I will send it to the mayor and to the secretariat.
Okay, perfect.
Speaker. Thank you.
And to the secretariat, Councillor Denner.
Thank you, Speaker. Nearly half of this municipality's projects are failing to deliver even the minimum standard of service expected by our residents. When one reads this report from beginning to end, there is no clear indication that the administration appreciates the seriousness of the crisis or has a credible recovery plan. The same excuses are repeated quarter after quarter. I therefore wish to ask the following questions through you, Speaker. Firstly, regarding infrastructure, why has this municipality failed to spend more than a quarter of the capital budget that was specifically allocated for infrastructure and development? Furthermore, why was there a significant portion of the budget simply withdrawn during the adjustment budget instead of being implemented for the benefit of the residents? How can the administration continue to complain about aging infrastructure while repeatedly failing to spend the money allocated to replace and improve it? Secondly, Speaker, public lighting is not a luxury, it's a basic safety requirement. This municipality allocated approximately 33 million to install 30 new high mast lights during the financial year. The outcome, zero. Not one was completed. How can the executive justify 0% performance after the entire financial year? On refuse, this municipality's performance for refuse removal in recognized informal settlements collapsed to 0% during the fourth quarter against the target of 65%. The explanation, like every year, is a lack of fleet. We have been hearing exactly the same excuses for years. Every quarterly report speaks about insufficient vehicles and limited resources. Why has the administration still failed to procure or repair sufficient refuse collection vehicles? Speaker, when will this administration stop making excuses and resolve the refuse collection crisis affecting our residents? On water, Speaker, previous quarter reports indicated that reported achievements relating to new water and sewer connections could not be verified because there was insufficient supporting evidence and no signed completion certificates. Has this failure now been corrected, or is Council still expected to approve performance information that cannot be substantiated? This is precisely why many councillors feel that this council is treated like mushrooms, Speaker. We're kept in the dark and everyone knows what you feed mushrooms to keep them alive. Finally, a highlight. The Freedom Front Plus asked for intensified law enforcement in the past. The municipality issued 19,500 traffic fines in the fourth quarter against the quarterly target of 1,250. But Speaker, we will unfortunately have to revise the targets. I can hit your quarterly target of 1,250 fines on a pay weekend in Nelson Mandela Road. In closing, the Freedom Front Plus therefore calls on the executive to explain not only what went wrong, but more importantly, who will be held accountable and what immediate corrective action will be taken to prevent these same failures from appearing in next year's report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mongale.
Thank you, Speaker. Dr. Matai, because of short time, I've already observed the protocol, but I also want to bring the following items to your attention. That we have seen numerous SDVIP, but we are struggling to understand what is this purpose if the projects that have been flagged in the SDVIP end up not being completed. One example is the fresh water pipe that has been laid from Hostel 1 where the project ended somewhere near Melk, between Melk and Cooper. The pipes have been buried there and nothing has happened, but it was before the election. I can only come to an assumption that it was a project that was created to attract our people or fool them into believing that there is something that is going to happen so that they can vote. After election, the project was aborted. The same project was made near Lereko High School, where the project was moving on the southern side of Lereko, just before it reaches the area that we used to call it Scotty, and then the project stopped and it was also buried there. Now you are busy with a new one at Chief Moroka, at the robot next to Outdoor Sports Center. That project that started there is now at Sweeney Street, and we know after election it will also be buried there and it will not be completed. And we are asking, why are you fooling our people instead of providing services to them? If you remember, Majoro, you said it on the 28th of August, 2025. You said that you are fighting to open the zoo. And you said within a short period of time, the zoo will be opened and it will be operational. We are almost approaching another year with that zoo not still being functional. We have been asking a question about when will the Arthur Nation swimming pool be refurbished. We have not received the answer. We have complained about that street in Bergman and next to Studio, where the road has become a tunnel itself. And when it's raining, it becomes a death trap for kids. But nothing has been done with regard to that. We have asked about the stadium swimming pool. That is also collapsing at the moment, and nothing has been said about it. The cricket stadium, we were told that it is sold, municipality is in court. We hear rumors that we might have lost the case, but we are not willing to share it with councillors. The IPTN corruption, it has not been told. We can only come to one conclusion when we look at this, because the city manager has overrated himself that he has performed 100% in his performance, even though the HODs under him have underperformed. So that would mean city manager is saying that in Latin he has done what we call te plus aiko est mare. He has rated himself above what is appropriate. You have overpriced yourself, city manager. That is all that I can say. The Latin have learned it from the class. Those who are in class, they know what I'm talking about.
Thank you. Councillor Botma.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I will also forward my complete one to the Secretariat. But, Speaker, questions need to be asked. Although this is a preliminary report, but, Speaker, very successful municipality is built on sustainable revenue collection. This report confirms that Mangaung managed a collection rate of 67.7%, below its own target of 85%. So, Speaker, we need to have a credible time-bound revenue plan to actually to curb this and to restore the collection at 95%. Without improving revenue collection, every other service delivery commitment remains at risk. Capital budget implementation, as in the report, Speaker, communities cannot benefit from infrastructure that exists only on paper. Despite substantial infrastructure needs, only 73% of the capital budget has been spent against the target of 95%. Provide Council with a detailed schedule of capital projects that was delayed, deferred, and cancelled. Explain the reasons for each delay. And we will need responsible officials and to indicate interventions that will be ensure full implementation in the future capital budget. Speaker, then on liquidity and cash flow, liquidity is one of the clearest indicators of a municipality's financial health. The municipalities achieved only 1.2 months cash coverage against a target of 2 months. What immediate financial interventions will be implemented to strengthen liquidity, improve cash flow management, and to ensure municipalities maintain the sufficient cash reserves to meet obligations? We had an item that was cancelled regarding this. Electricity network reliability. Speaker, residents judge this municipality by whether lights stay on. The report confirms that St. Clair remains below the NERSA restoration standard of 98%, particularly for individual customer outages. Table a comprehensive electricity network recovery program that includes infrastructure renewal, etc. And we need to ensure compliance with NASA standards. How are we going to do that? Waste removal, Speaker, achieving 0% against the basic refuse removal target in informal settlements is simply unacceptable. What urgent interventions will be implemented to strengthen the supply chain management processes to actually achieve a better any percentage? High mast lighting. Speaker, adequate public lighting is fundamental to community safety and economic activity, yet none of the planned 30 high mast lights were installed during this period. Provide Council, please, with a firm commitment, dates, etc. Protecting existing infrastructure. Speaker, the municipality cannot continue building new infrastructure while existing assets continue to deteriorate through an insufficient renewal maintenance. We need action. Then, Speaker, I'll just conclude with the filling of vacancies. There's 0% achievement. We need to address this. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Botma, Councillor Sibulawe and Councillor Msala. I take it that since the item is for noting, you will not be speaking.
Councillor Moraju, o ithobaletse. Ke ipotsa na di BGM di hedile ba shebile go gayo. Di BGM di hedile ba tlo bona di sleepist. Di sleepist ore ono ha re mo isi counseling.
Councillor, please sit down. I'm informed or batho na ba tla because di ka re ba jwe ke di vote. Okay, thank you, councillors. No, Councillor Muraje is not sleeping. Councillors, these items are only brought for noting. However, we do accept the points raised by different councillors on their prepared notes, and those that require questions will be forwarded to the Executive Mayor and as well as the admin to reply. Executive Mayor, I don't know if you wanted to make your last impressions on these 3 items, or should we? Okay. Thank you. We will now proceed to item 5. Item 5, I have the following speakers: Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. All protocols observed. The Freedom Plus notes with great concern that when comparing the Metro's financial performance between 2022 and 2026, many of the same financial weaknesses not only remain but have deteriorated significantly, and therefore seeks clarity from the Honourable Executive Mayor and the administration regarding these persistent failures. Revenue underperformed by 325 million rand in 2022. By 2026, the shortfall has increased to over 806 million rand. What specific interventions implemented since 2022 have failed, and why has the Metro not been able to reverse this trend? The collection rate has fallen from 81.8% in 2022 to only 68.6% in 2026. Can the Executive Mayor indicate what percentage of consumers currently receive services without paying, and when Council can realistically expect this Metro to achieve the acceptable collection rate of 95%? In 2022, overtime exceeded the budget by 101 million rand. In 2026, the Metro again overspent on overtime by 66.7 million rand. Will Council ever receive a comprehensive analysis report identifying the departments responsible for this recurring overspending, and has any official been held financially or disciplinarily accountable for this unauthorized expenditure since 2022? Repairs and maintenance spending have collapsed from 2.97% to only 0.73% in 2026. How does the Executive Mayor expect municipal infrastructure to remain operational under these circumstances? And what is the estimated cost of deferred maintenance that continue to accumulate each year? Outstanding debt owed to the Metro has increased from 8.3 billion to almost 12 billion rand in 2026. Can the Executive Mayor inform Council if he is still of the view that all the debt write-offs and debt incentives were the correct decisions to decrease these outstanding debts? In 2022, the government entities owed the municipality 1.1 billion, and in 2026, government debt increased to over 2 billion rand. Will there ever be a political will by the provincial government to pay these debts, and will there ever be a political will by this administration to collect these debts? Honourable Speaker, the comparison between 2022 and 26 does not reveal isolated challenges. It demonstrates a pattern of persistent financial deterioration despite repeated recovery plans, interventions and commitments by the ANC-led government. So the fundamental question remains, will this Metro financially survive another 5 years under an ANC-led government? I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bodma.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, again, Speaker, this is a preliminary budget and performance report, but what we have been presented with, we just need to ask some questions. On financial sustainability, municipalities cannot consistently spend more than it earns. The report reflects an operating deficit of 380 million compared to a budgeted surplus of 159 million. So that's a deterioration of about 540 million. We need to have a provision of a comprehensive explanation of the principal factors that resulted in this deterioration. Speaker, then on revenue performance, financial recovery begins with realistic budgeting and disciplined revenue management. The municipality collects only 93.07% of its operating revenue budget, while expenditure reaches about 98% of the budget. What immediate interventions will be implemented to close the widening gap between revenue and expenditure? Thirdly, revenue collection and data management. A collection rate of 68.66% data balances approaching 12 billion and more than 8 billion outstanding for longer than 1 year cannot be regarded as a temporary challenge. It presents a systematic financial risk. Present Council with a strengthened revenue recovery strategy containing measurable monthly collection targets and some others as well, Mr. Speaker. Then capital program, I've already spoken about that in my previous presentation. Not going to deliberate on that again. Water losses. The reported loss of 54.5% should concern every resident of Mangaung. Even more concerning is that the municipality were unable to verify the final figure because of technical shortcomings. How does the administration intend restoring confidence in the integrity of water loss reporting, and when will Council receive an independently verified water loss figure together with associated financial impact? Speaker, then electricity losses. Electricity losses amount to 163 million in a single quarter, including a substantial non-technical loss arising from theft, illegal connections, tampering, administrative weakness, etc. Stable comprehensive electricity loss reduction plan. We need that. Liquidity on financial solvency. The municipality current ratio and liquidity ratio remain below accepted norms, while creditors are paid significantly outside the 30-day period. It's 90 days. Can Council be assured that the municipality remains financially sustainable without relying on temporary cash balances, etc.? Then on wasteful expenditure, I'm just going to mention that the 30 million in a single quarter reflects preventable financial losses. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Bodma. Councillor De Hayes. Let me take Councillor Mungale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. Because of the short time, I think I should only go straight to the points that are very sensitive. The first one is the mayor. The mayor is not here. The deputy mayor, we have requested your office to start negotiating with the people of Woodlands in trying to find an amicable solution on that matter of Woodland, where they won a case against the municipality. We said we need a way out of that situation where there will be a win-win situation. The municipality cannot afford to lose that account. But we can have a combative approach where it's winner takes all. Municipality cannot afford to lose out of that process. And we have been pleading with your office on this matter, but there seems to be no appetite in terms of reaching out to the people of Woodlands. As we have said, those are our people. I don't think they are hostile towards Mangaung. They were only angry that the services were not being provided to them. Once there can be an olive branch that is being extended towards them, they might reach out to say, we are willing to engage with you because we and you, we are one, we share the same city, we share the same municipality, we share the same country and the same interest. And I'm pleading with you that someone must stand up and reach out to those people. On the issue of deficit, we can't have a deficit of 540 million. It's unacceptable. And if that is business as usual, it means we don't know why we are here as councillors and also as people who must play an oversight role on the performance of this particular institution. And I'm also asking myself, why do we still have city manager here with a deficit of 540 million? That is telling the man has failed. The man should have packed and go. On the issue of the report, where the report is reporting sweet about outsourced services, the report is just saying we underspend. But the report does not tell us about the consequence of that underspending. That we underspend because it says we underspend due to late submission of outstanding invoices. It means those invoices will also be paid with interest. And at whose expense? You go to consultant services, it also says you have underspent. It looks good because you have underspent with 63 million. But the problem is when those invoices are being paid for late submission or late payment with interest, who's going to be on the receiving side of this, which is our people? The issue of national debt, of national treasury, why are you not fetching the money that national treasury is owing us? Because the minister have made a commitment to say, if you want money, you must just inform me, I'll give you the money, but give me 7 days notice. The impression that is being created that the municipality is saving money with investment, there's no investment. It's grants that are not being spent. And now it creates an impression that there are investments that are being made by this municipality. We can't run the institution with a crisis of holding back the money of grants and hoping that it will generate income so that we must keep on getting salaries. When we should be closing shop that we have failed the people of Mangaung. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I will not be taking Councillor Hayes and Deputy Executive Mayor. Since the item was for noting, let me just, do you want, okay.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I'm not going to say anything. It's just I want the council to record that we really took we noted everything that honorable councillors raised, particularly Councillor Ngale, because 2 councillors who spoke before are members of the committee, which is what they raised today. They did raise it in the committee. I think they will get answers through the reports that are been tabled in the section 8. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council, therefore, in terms of section 552D of the MFMA, knows the report on the implementation of the budget and financial state of affairs of the city or of the municipality for the 4th quarter of 2025-2026 ended 30 June 2026. I will therefore proceed, councillors, to the next item. The next item is a combined item 6 and 7. I have the following speakers: Councillor Botma. You'll be followed by Councillor Mungale, Councillor Vivier, Councillor. Yeah, those will all be the three councillors. You may proceed, Councillor Botma.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, under supply chain management, I did ask some questions previously, but I've got some additional questions emanating from this report. How can a council accept this report when it openly admits that the municipality still has no contract management framework and policy? I know they've said that they are going to implement MSCOA compliance, but I want to know who is accountable for the failure and by what date are we going to receive that? Why does the report describe the procurement process as functioning effectively when appendices showed taking up to 16 months from advertisement to awards? There's some instance of 16 months and 13 months. How many municipal services and infrastructure projects were delayed because of this supply chain processes not going well? Why does the report fail to provide the actual average procurement turnaround times requested in Table 2 instead of referring council to its attachment? Is council expected to approve a report without being given the key performance results needed to assess whether supply chain is efficient? How many deviations were approved during 26? What was the total rand value and what percentage of these deviations are genuinely unavoidable? Because there's always been saying sole supplier, exceptional cases, etc. We want to know what is becoming of the permanent independence on single suppliers. How does a municipality justify repeated deviations and extensions involving the same suppliers and contracts? In particular, where a supplier has already been appointed through deviation, what independent assurance is obtained that the municipality is receiving competitive pricing and that the deviation is not simply becoming an alternative to procurement route? Why did the municipality allow itself to reach a position where essential systems and services are so dependent on single suppliers that changing suppliers is allegedly too costly or would disrupt service delivery? What is the municipality's strategy regarding this? We're talking about IT, software, telecommunications, etc. The report states that only certain departments submitted monthly contract performance reports, while the Office of the City Manager and Planning and Human Settlements reported 0 months. How can council be assured that contractors in these departments were properly monitored? Then why were not proper standardized contractor performance indicators introduced and after the financial year under review already ended? The report records serious weakness in contract visibility, storage, searchability, reporting analysis, and complete monitoring. How many active contracts does the municipality currently have? Then lastly, given the municipality under financial recovery and severe cash flow, we just don't want to just take note. We want a comprehensive report and decisions to be taken in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'm definitely sure that by 3 o'clock, when we break for lunch, we shall have completed all our speakers. I like this 3-minute rule. Kasi kwa bareki rule tsotsoma. Now, let me take Councillor Mongale.
Yeah, no, Dr. Mata, I think when you grow up, you know, Hama Takat's a house, so now it's all up in our Hama Lorona. On the issue of supply chain, I only have few issues. It is only the filling of vacant position, those 36. I have a problem with them if they are not filled. I also have a problem with workers that were not trained by National Treasury, even though it was a requirement, because that requirement will prejudice on them in terms of promotions when that time comes. And I shouldn't have been talking about this because I sound like a scratch CD now. On the issue of the amendment of supply chain policy of Mangaung to favor the people of Mangaung, Councillor Kondile promised me that that moment will come where we'll sit down and look at the policy. But it seems like our term of office is coming to an end without the moment coming, where the policy should have been made in terms of section 152, subsection 1, paragraph C of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, where it says that we must look after the socio-economic and development of our own community. And that is not discrimination. It is what the Constitution prescribes to us. And if it is discrimination, we are not the first to be accused of discrimination. IEC must be accused of discrimination because people of Mangaung are only voting, or residents of Mangaung are only voting in Mangaung as per the requirement of IEC. You can't register here and go and vote in Gauteng. It is not allowed. So we can't say our people are good enough for voting, but when it comes to eating, they are not good. Ka di-trekere mo ba tlo jisiwa go na le mine Freistata kwano tshwantse o jwa batho ba Freistata ba o deserve ke lona le o deserve batho ba Gauteng, Limpopo le KwaZulu-Natal. Even when it comes to appointments, because if HOD Mangaung could have been people from local here, we shouldn't have been having streets with potholes, because it will be people who are also jealous about the city and jealous about everything that is happening within Mangaung. But this one's bele balatileng ka di 16th December ba tswile ka Bloemfontein ba ile mahabo bona le ka bona tropo ya poka hobane beng ba tšhelete ba tsamaile. And that is not fair to the people ba Mangaung be leng gore ba vota more ba kwallo ka ntle o economy. And I hope that after this matter will be laid to rest. And this matter is not hatred. We hate nobody, we just loved ourselves more, because charity begins at home. There is a problem if you hate. It needs to be examined, because charity begins at home. Because the roots, where you come from, Mangaung people, I want you to understand that one, because we are being accused of hating certain people. We hate nobody, but love ourselves more. Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Mungale. Councillor Verveer.
Speaker, this latest supply chain management report, covering both the final quarter of 2025 and 2026 financial year and the year as a whole, raises serious concerns about the state of governance and accountability in this metro. Here are just a few clarity-seeking questions. Why, as a metro, are we outsourcing emergency unblocking, maintenance, and the replacements of manholes and sewer pipes in and around Mangaung as and when required to various companies amounting to the value of 26 million rand? Why are we not appointing employees for this? Why, at the non-existing zoo, was 192,000 rand spent on plumbing works, while a further 2.1 million rand was spent on a panel of contractors for the refurbishment of the zoo that's still non-existing? When it comes to catering, Mangaung certainly don't hold back. 16,544 rand was spent on catering for an EPW labor-intensive workshop. 148,000 rand was spent on catering for the budget speech, with an additional 15,800 rand for tea, coffee, scones and muffins. That was only the catering for the budget speech. In total, the budget speech cost the taxpayers 593,000 rand. Let's call it what it is. The budget speech was an ANC election campaign launch. Another 350,000 rand was spent on the Bloom show. Unfortunately, due to the lack of information provided, we don't know exactly what the taxpayers paid for. Benatech was appointed to empty VIP toilets, that's pit toilets for those I didn't know that was pit toilets, in Bloemfontein to the value of 600,000 rand, while De La Casa Trading received 1.1 million rand for emptying VIP toilets in Tabanshu. These are only a few examples. Together, the expenditure on VIP toilet services amounts to approximately 5.3 million rand. The question our residents deserve an answer to is this. After 30 years of ANC government, why are there still so many VIP toilets requiring millions to maintain? We are a metropolitan municipality. Honourable Speaker, our residents deserve dignity, reliability, infrastructure and value for every rand they pay in rates and taxes. The Freedom Front Plus cannot continue to support a culture of outsourcing where internal municipal capacity should exist. Spending without sufficient transparency and service delivery that fails to address the root of the problem. We call on this administration to prioritise accountability, strengthen municipal capacity and ensure that every cent spent delivers real value to the people of Mangaung. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Vivier. That concludes our debate, councillors, on this item. Unless if the executive mayor or deputy executive mayor would like to make comments. Thank you. Council therefore take note of the progress report on the implementation of the Council Supply Chain Management Policy for the quarter ended 30th June 2026. And Council take note of the report on the implementation of the Supply Chain Management Policy for the financial year ending 2025-2026. I will therefore proceed to the next item. Item 8 is withdrawn. We will now deal with the two combined items, item 9 and 10. Councillor Chart. Councillor Chart.
Speaker, no, I'm covered. I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chart. Councillor Vivier.
Honourable Speaker, through you, I would first like to thank the administration for taking note of the concerns that were previously raised regarding the level of detail contained in these quarterly reports. This report is a significant improvement. It now provides councillors with the reasons for approvals and refusals, as well as the conditions imposed on various applications. That allows Council to exercise far more meaningful oversight than was previously possible. It is also encouraging to note that several applications, particularly those relating to student accommodation, were not simply approved, but were declined where they did not comply with the municipal bylaws, building regulations, or parking and development requirements. This demonstrates that the Planning Tribunal is applying the legislative framework where necessary. The Freedom Front Plus trusts that this improved level of reporting will become the standard for all future quarterly reports, as transparency and accountability remain essential to good governance. The Freedom Front Plus therefore takes note of this report. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Vivier. Council therefore take note of the report of the Municipal Planning Tribunal. That concludes, colleagues, our discussion on this item. We will now proceed to item 11. Councillor Martins.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for allowing me to speak. On item 114.11, excuse me, apologise. The topic of my speech is infrastructure first and development second. May I kindly ask the honourable colleagues and councillors here today for a moment to just imagine that I'm not a DA councillor. Forget that I'm a councillor. Just listen to what I'm saying, please. And it's not just I thought it's maybe just my opinionated self, but it is backed by scholars. And what I'm asking is that you go and look at the basics of city planning and when you want to develop. There's a learned gentleman by the name of Peter Hall, and he wrote a textbook by the name of Urban and Regional Planning. And now this is a prescribed textbook at universities. And he states water, sewage, power, and transport. These are fundamentals without which development cannot proceed. So what am I saying to you? There are many learned scholars, not just my stupid self, that thinks that you cannot really fully go develop if your basics are not right. And I don't have to look at South Africa. We can look at many, many countries. You can even go to Indonesia and see what they've done there. I Googled it this morning for interest sake to see what they've done. They created a new capital city to release pressure on Jakarta. You can go Google it, it's there. Singapore, they transformed themselves from a struggling port city into a global hub by first securing water resilience, sanitation, and power grids before attracting industries. You can go Google it, you can go check the history. In the 1950s, where was Singapore? Where are they today? Where do they rank? And how did they get there? We want Mangaung and Bloemfontein to also be there. That is why we're asking that. You can go and look at Curitiba in Brazil, what they did with transportation. And Shanghai in China. We like China in Mangaung. But let's go and learn from them what they've done in Shanghai. Locally, George, you can go check what they've done. But now let us look at Mangaung. You know what it's all about. I don't have to lecture you today, the 30th of July, on our sewage crisis that we have, or the infrastructure that's not functioning properly. It was in the media, and I've sent videos to all of the relevant leaders. So colleagues, I'm asking you today, hello? 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 Anybody home, McFly? Listen, McFly. What I'm saying today is I have to make a scene that people will listen. We cannot, honorable councillors. This is not just policy, it is survival. Without water, power, roads and sanitation, Mangaung cannot expand. With them, we can unlock growth, attract investment and restore dignity to our residents. I ask that this, a humble plea, I ask that this report be referred back. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I take note of the correction that the Mayor has made on this item, mentioning that it's with intent. Well, I also have some questions regarding this item.
Councillors, you are interrupting Councillor Bauer. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. The questions that I have is, some of the land parcels, although it says intent, that we should also ask ourselves moving forward with this item, is how will the lease agreement with Robex be affected? Because I see it's also mentioned in one of these parcels here. And then why are we not allowed to know what is being planned? We heard of the investment summit and the pledges that came through, but until date, we do not have any clarity with regards to the pledges that the Metro has received. There's also another possible court case that might be coming forth, although the Mayor also mentioned, hence he corrected the item with intent, is we should look to things like your story, where there's possible court cases and the costs pertaining the evictions thereof, should we go that route, and what are expected costs for the municipality. No costing has been done or that we received or we might have missed it, but we don't have any clear costing with this item or included in this item. And then the recommendation number 6 is particularly troublesome. The Metro may use any other assessment necessary, is what's stated there in the recommendation 6. I mean, we should be clear and not go on the any other assessment necessary. We do not know what it is, Honourable Speaker. So therefore, I support my previous speaker, Councillor Rudy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Snyman.
Agbare Speaker, die Vryheidsfront Plus kan nie hierdie aanbeveling in sy huidige vorm ondersteun nie. Niemand in hierdie raad steun ekonomiese ontwikkeling of nuwe beleggings nie. Inteendeel, ons almal wil groei sien, ons almal wil werkskepping sien, ons almal wil 'n sterker belastingbasis sien. Maar ontwikkeling mag nooit beteken dat die raad gevra word om 'n blanko tjek te teken nie. Dis presies wat vandag van ons verwag word. Die verslag sê vir ons dat die raad nie nou reeds die verkoop van spesifieke eiendomme goedkeur nie, maar bloot die statutêre proses aan die gang sit. Dit klink gerusstellend. Maar dan lees ons aanbeveling 1, Resolution 1. Daar staan duidelik dat die Raad in beginsel die intended, beoogde, beplande, geïdentifiseerde strategiese munisipale eiendomme goedkeur, die vervreemding daarvan. Met ander woorde, ons word gevra om reeds die beginsel van intended, beplande vervreemding goed te keur, voordat ons weet wat elke eiendom of wat met elke eiendom beoog word. Ek kan nie so goed sien, ek moet my dit oplig. Dit is nie verantwoordelike besluitneming nie. Die grootste probleem met hierdie verslag is nie ontwikkeling nie. Die probleem is die gebrek aan besonderhede, aan goeie inligting om 'n ingeligte besluit te neem. Daar word gepraat van nywerheidsontwikkeling, logistieke sentrums, toerisme, residensiële ontwikkeling, hernubare energie en selfs lugvaartprojekte. Maar watter ontwikkeling word op watter stuk grond beplan? Resolution 7 dui aan dat inligting later voor die Raad gebring gaan word. Met ander woorde, die verslag sê nie watter ontwikkeling op watter stuk grond beplan word nie. Hoe kan ons dan 'n verantwoordelike besluit neem? Hierdie eiendom is nie sommer net stukke grond op 'n kaart nie. Elke eiendom het sy eie geskiedenis, eie gemeenskap, sy eie infrastruktuuruitdagings en sy eie strategiese waardes vir die stad. Maar sommige van hierdie eiendomme kan ook historiese of kulturele betekenis hê. Ander kan belangrike openbare ruimtes wees of noodsaaklik wees vir toekomstige munisipale ontwikkeling. Sodra munisipale grond verkoop of vervreemd is, kry die publiek dit selde weer terug. Daarom behoort elke besluit oor elke eiendom op sy eie meriete beoordeel te word. Ons kan nie 'n algemene goedkeuring gee en hoop dat die besonderhede later sal uitwerk nie. Nog meer kommerwekkend is dat die verslag reeds 'n proses van expression of interest wil begin voordat inwoners, wijkraadslede en die geraakte gemeenskappe eers weet wat op hierdie terreine beoog word. Deursigtigheid behoort nie na die besluit te kom nie. Dit moet die vertrekpunt wees. As hierdie eiendomme werklik strategiese munisipale bates is, behoort die Raad minstens te weet wat die beoogde ontwikkeling is, waarom daardie spesifieke grond gekies is, watter voordeel dit vir die stad gaan inhou, watter risiko's bestaan en waarom vervreemding beter is as die behou daarvan. So neem 'n Raad verantwoordelike besluite. Ons versoek dat hierdie aangeleentheid terugverwys word sodat die Raad volledige inligting oor elke individuele eiendom kan ontvang voordat enige beginsel goedkeuring vir vervreemding oorweeg word. For these reasons, the Freedom Front Plus opposes the recommendation and calls for the matter to be referred back so that Council can receive comprehensive information on every identified property. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mongale.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Matai. I want us to go to page 5 of the document, the one that deals with alienation, approval in principle for the alienation and development of strategic municipal land parcels identified through investment summit and expression of interest. When you go to page 5, you'll find that there is a sign in there that is illegal on the document. And the document has been brought here deliberately so that should there be investigation, no one should be held accountable for the corruption that has happened here. The document has been signed by H.O.D. Moketi Duma as acting city manager, but he didn't sign as per the legal requirement. Because legal requirement says when you sign on a name of someone who is duly authorized, you also sign a PP there. But he didn't put a PP, he just put his signature, which makes the entire signature corrupt. When you look at it, the PP means per procurationem, which is Latin. On behalf of, by proxy. Now, in this particular case, it is not what has happened. You don't just sign by the way. You sign either by permission or you sign because you are the authorized person. The document has been signed by someone with no authorization. The person might argue that he was the one who was appointed as city manager, but when you are appointed to act, you must also sign there as per procuratio name, which means that you are signing on behalf of somebody else. I'm not making a joke. I know they are turning this into a joke, but it's a legal matter that might appear at Madanga Commission, where people will be arrested and cleverness will disappear. I'm raising this so that people can appreciate that there is an error, the document needs to be referred back so that it can be corrected. In its current form, it is not admissible in this council unless we want to cheat the legalities and we want to do it the wrong way just because we want to satisfy our egos. But the reality is that we have committed an error. When someone signs on the space of a delegated person, there must be PP. I'm signing on behalf of Lucky Mongale. I'm raising this so that people can understand. I hear there is a name of another doctor that is coming into the picture, Dr. Peteni, your colleague, at the CUT. He has provoked us, now we have come to the game. We nearly get zeros on the assignment because of him.
There's a point of order. Let me take a point of order.
Oh.
It's actually a point of clarity, but the only Latin words I know is je t'aime. I can't compete now. That was on a lighter note. Honorable Speaker, if someone is delegated to act with full powers, do they then sign on behalf of the city manager, or are they the city manager for the day? Just as a point of clarity, je t'aime.
Yeah, Councillor Lucky Mongale, I'm sure in Italy they will call you Lazio Mugel. No, that's on a letter note, Councillor. You can conclude. I will take the last speaker, which is Councillor Nhlapo. Okay.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I want the mayor to check the document, even if they can seek legal advice on the matter. Maybe it has appeared on the blind side because any working person makes mistake. I could also have made that mistake. But all I'm saying is that it is not legal in its current form. That is my humble submission.
Thank you. Majoro, would you want to make the last comment here?
Before the last comment, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Letawana.
May I humbly request that myself, Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Chief Whip, we have just 5 minutes caucus, just to consider the correctness of the point raised by Councillor Mongale without being arrogant, Councillor Mongale, before we can get to the voting of this item. That's the only thing that I want us to consider.
Okay, Majoro, you wanted to say something, or should I grant you your few minutes of consultation? No? All right. We will now pause our discussion on that item. Allow the three councillors to look at this matter. We will then revert back to it. I want us to proceed to the next item, which was item 12. On this item, I have Councillor Ramile, Councillor Foster. Those are the only two councillors scheduled to speak on this item. The item is for noting. Councillor Ramile, you may proceed. Now.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to you, Dr. Matai. All protocol observed. Speaker, the Absa Run Your City is a multi-city 10-kilometer running event that will be broadcasted on Supersport Channel live. As the Democratic Alliance, we fully support initiatives that promote our city the integration with the private sector and the government to bring large events to Mangaung and surrounding areas. The event will also bring much needed infrastructure upgrades and cleaning initiatives, as well as need for personal safety and road safety that we as Democratic Alliance have requested on multiple occasions throughout our motions that do not save. Mangaung is currently portrayed as a dirty and filthy city by social media. The administration will have to put serious effort on cleaning streets and maintaining traffic lights and potholes. This is to fight the narrative being spread about Mangaung as a city of plastic and filth. The biggest fear that we as Democratic Alliance has is that of the funding. As stated in the report, the event will require an estimated amount of 20 million per year and will be held for 3 years. APSA as a private sector will donate 6 million, 3 million from provincial, and Mangaung will provide the last 3 million. A positive aspect is that the executive mayor advertised the event on Facebook, ensuring that the community has informed and are aware of it. Now, as a Democratic Alliance, we would like to ask the following 2 questions. Will there be enough funding from our side if there are issues from the provincial contribution of 3 million? Number 2, will Mangaung administration be able to guarantee that we will be able to maintain standard without the APSA once-off donation in the next coming years? As Speaker, we support the initiative to attract tourists and athletes to boost our local tourism and economic livelihoods for local businesses like the likes of the guest houses, Bochesanyama, our brothers, Tenranta Park, Tikitse Kaha. We want the event to succeed. That is why, as the Democratic Alliance, we are concerned about the funding and the continued success of the event to encourage more events to include our city and surrounding towns in future. Mangaung can be a hub of events, not just a city where everyone passes by. Mangaung must just be an option that is safe and clean. We will support the initiative. We humbly plead that the administration doesn't disappoint us as they usually do. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. All protocols observed. When this initiative was first tabled in October, the Freedom Front Plus viewed this proposal with cautious optimism. At that stage, engagement was framed around feasibility of hosting a world-class event that would promote our heritage landmarks and hospitality hubs. The Freedom Front Plus supported the spirit of the initiative because it appeared to be a collaborative effort between provincial departments and private sponsors with the primary objective of destination marketing for the Free State. However, the financial landscape of this proposal has changed significantly. In the report before us today, we are no longer just talking about collaboration. This council are being asked to approve a joint financial contribution where this metro must provide 3 million rand of taxpayers' money towards a single 10-kilometre road race with a predicted cost of between 10 and 12 million rand. Our initial support was predicated on the understanding that there will be no direct financial implication for an already distressed metro. What will the real localized return on this investment be? While the organizations promise a premium world-class experience and a live Supersport broadcast, the report does not offer a concrete audited breakdown on how these funds will translate into tangible economic relief for the people of Mangaung. We are told this event aims to boost tourism and stimulate economic activity, but these are broad aspirations and not guaranteed returns. Furthermore, we must clarify the nature of the event itself. This is a 10-kilometre race, not a marathon. Participants cannot even use these times here to qualify for major marathons. It is therefore highly unlikely that this event will attract athletes and people from all over South Africa, and this will defeat the purpose of the boosting of tourism and economic activity within Mangaung. The Council is also not provided with an audited breakdown of the 12 million rand cost of hosting this event. According to our knowledge, the cost of the last road raids held in Mangaung, organizers by a local running club, amounted to only 370,000 rand. 2,300 people participated in this event and included a 5 kilometer, 10 kilometer, 21 kilometer, and a 42 kilometer race. Supporting our local running clubs and promoting their events in collaboration with local businesses will achieve the same goals as this event for the fraction of the price. The Freedom Front Plus will always support events that stimulate economic activity and promote our local athletes, but we cannot support a 10-kilometer fun run with VIP hospitality and an expensive after party paid by the taxpayers. Simply put, this is not feasible for the Metro to host this event. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, the Freedom Plus noted that the executive may already introduce this event to the media and public yesterday. This action by executive is irresponsible, seeing that council still has to approve the hosting of this event, as well as the financial support today. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Musala.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, when we talk about Absa Ranyo City, we talk about not just an event, but something or a program or project that is going to assist and change at least the life of the poorest within Mangaung. Let me elaborate, Speaker. One, there will be economic and tourism benefit. 10,000 to 20,000 runners will be in Mangaung. Runners and supporters will book hotels, B&Bs, restaurants, transport business will boom. Other host cities report 20 million to 40 million injected into local economy per event of this magnitude. Speaker, small business, street vendors, food stalls, your hawkers will benefit from this program. Tourism profile of Mangaung. Bloemfontein and Mangaung as a city will get national TV coverage on different social media platforms. City branding and marketing will get a national exposure. The city, Ranyo City positions and associate Mangaung with health, youth, and elite sports. That is good for investor confidence, which is something that we've been working on as Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality to seek investors to come and invest in our city. So this, with this event, it's one of those events that will attract investors to come to Mangaung. Speaker, when we speak of social and health benefits, this mass participation program, not only that does it encourage healthy lifestyle, it also aligns with National Development Plan and Mangaung IDP health priorities. Speaker, community running clubs of this city will get World Athletics label race. Youth get to run with Olympians. It's an experience that young people within our city have never had. So if we are to compare the 3 million that we are going to invest into this compared to what at least between 500 and 800 people of Mangaung who are not working, that will be able to get a part-time job within that period, will change the lives of the poorest. Hence, as the Mangaung, as the city, we are saying Absa Run Your City, Absa Run Your City came at the right time, where our people need at least to get something to eat within their homes. This will change at least lives of between 500 and 800 people. Hence, we support this item. Speaker, hence, we support this item, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. That concludes our debate on this item. Because the item requires an approval by council, I will therefore ask, because there was an earlier request, a proposal to have the item referred back. May I now see hands of those in favor of the proposal by,
Point of order.
okay.
I don't want to disagree with you, Speaker, but maybe we must play the tape or something, but I cannot remember a proposal to refer the report back and that it was seconded. Thank you.
Please correct me if I'm wrong. There was a proposal by Councillor Martins here, seconded by, on the, oh, okay. Oh, perfect for that correction. Can I now see hands of those in favor of the recommendations contained in this item? We are on item 12. We are still going to go back to item 11. Again, we have not received the report from the House. Is unanimous. The item is carried as such.
Point of order, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor.
No, the House is not anonymous. The Freedom Front did not vote for it.
No, I will put that for record purpose. Okay, let's vote, councillors. Let me divide the House. Let's on item 12. Those in favor of the recommendations. Okay. Thank you. Those against? Thank you. Abstentions? Thank you, Honorable Councillors. Those in favor of the recommendations on item 12 is 64. Those against is 4. Abstentions 2. The item will be carried as it is. May we now revert back to item 11. Let us get a report back from the Executive Mayor.
No, Chairperson, Speaker, thank you very much. We are not a legal team, but we sourced an advice to check if the document will stand the test of court in the event that Councillor. And we realized that attached to the document was an authority to sign. What I'll perhaps even do it further is that the recorded or the filed document that will go will take also into consideration what you raised, but we see the document as having the logo standing to serve before council and to serve before any legal processes. But I take it that what you were doing, it's a legal advice, and it has been taken into consideration that to authenticize what has served before the council, like we have done in the past. Any document that will go into the records of the council, I will ensure that the necessary signatures in accordance are done, but safe to say, the backup document for now suffice to let the process unfold. Speaker, I was to weigh on this document when the issue arose. and based on some of the questions that were raised. And I want to couple the questions that were raised with a number of the contradictions that one experienced in the ensuing of the debate in the council on a number of factors that arose. The issue of the cricket stadium was put here as the council's having sold the cricket stadium. You know, there is a historical background on the cricket stadium. And I think at some point, and as this council, we must go deep into that. The cricket stadium is not an issue of yesterday. The cricket stadium is part of the looting that happened just before the 1994 election. And I think that must be recorded as such. The ruling party then, the Nationalist Party, upon realizing that we are about to now go for a democratic dispensation, they awarded themselves a number of municipal properties. Ndatemkwena, you would recall you are a mayor, and I'm sure you have dealt with many of those. They assigned themselves Mongali and gave themselves properties of the municipalities, properties of the government of this republic, including the monies for that matter. So when the country was inherited, it was actually at a deficit. That must be taken note of. The cricket stadium is part of that. The deal thereof dragged, and it was supposed to run for a period of time given to the cricket union, and it did not see the light of the day. In the process of that transaction, a lot of dishonorable performance and behavioral pattern ensued. Now, what we are fighting is that that deal that was authenticized by those systems then was not followed through. And therefore, the stadium can't be handed over, subject to the period that lapsed. I want to make that point very clear. What we are fighting is not the selling of the stadium. It's the reversal of the selling of the stadium that took shape prior 1994 election through looters of note. It must be recorded as such. Now, I had to raise it that way. And along the way, as we are fighting it, mischief makers and fortune seekers, through collusion, they want to see this deal that took shape prior 1994 election going through. That's what we are fighting. That's exactly what we are fighting. So false pretense to think that this current council is selling the stadium is wrong. We are dealing with vestiges of the past, corrupt practices of people who are today pointing fingers to say others are corrupt when they conducted corrupt practices in themselves. You would understand that, Mongali. How do you, at the verge of the election, dispose of critical service delivery nodal points, critical properties that belong to the people of Mangaung, to individuals that they must have them? As we are talking, there is a tendency of people that are saying they are adopting our parks, and they are literally condoning them away from the society of Mangaung. It's one part that we must deal with in that speaker, harshly for that matter. So looting, it comes in form and style. When we went for economic summit, it was the order of the day by this council to say we needed an economic summit to make sure that we develop Mangaung. It served before this council. We agreed. When we came with expression of interest, we came to this council. And when we realized now that the processes might be flaunted, we're coming back to this council to say, let's rectify so that whatever happened at the tail end becomes authentic. Now, let me just speak to some of the items that Chairperson are noted in the expression of interest. You know, Tempe Airport, when you go there, it's busy. As we speak now, there are people who have given themselves Tempe Airport. They are not paying any cent to the municipality. They are just like Brandwag. They are there. But when you regularize Tempi, they take you to court. And when they take you to court, they use the legal prescript and connotations as if you are selling Tempi. We are renting out Tempi, not selling it, so that the municipality must draw coins and cents out of it. We're doing nothing, but it's busy. Who gave them that authority and what they are doing there? You don't understand. Who do they account to? You just don't understand. When you take steps, they take you to court. We've got a precinct on top of Naval Hill. It's a restaurant. It's a dinosaur. It's not properly utilized. By luck, by chance, if anybody would like to do an activity, they will come to the municipality and rent it. But not on a monthly basis, once in a blue moon. We are saying the precinct must generate resources for the municipality. You are taken to court for that. We have got land that was developed through a master plan to develop Mangaung, across Mangaung. The plans are in place. The economic summit was merely to take note and make sure that they get disposed of in terms of development taking place and developing Mangaung. But because certain developers who happen to belong to a particular race believe they are entitled to the land, if that land may be decided otherwise to go to other developers other than those, they take it to court. When are we going to develop Mangaung? Why should certain people have inalienable right to development? And when you expose it to public so that people must express their interest and demonstrate the muscle they command, and also make sure that you really indeed quench and venture into economic development, bring in those that were previously isolated. You then come in a form of a particular grouping and fight against that development. This is what is happening around the issues of expression of interest. This is exactly what takes us to court. Nothing else, not the issue of developing Mangaung. Yes, we need water for the city to develop. Yes, indeed, we need proper roads for the city to develop. Yes, indeed, there must be proper sanitation. All of those need money. Where would the municipality generate money if it can't dispose of certain assets it has in order to attend to some of those limitations, to even attract better investors of note globally? Because that's what they want to see. You are standing before that when we do it, but when we are not doing it, you tell us that we are not doing it. We are sitting there with dinosaur factories as you drive to Butsabe, unutilized. They are part of the expression of interest. Express yourself as to what is it that you can do. Let's make an assessment. Bring investment. Let the people get employment. That's what we are saying in the expression of interest. And people come forward to say, I am able and capable of doing this. I've got these resources. I've got this muscle. I can pull this. I can pull that. You stand before it. You stand before it as a political party, using a particular arm, using all the legal means you have to frustrate the city. What gives you the right to think that when it is you, won't they do it against you the same way as you are doing to others? We can fight, colleagues, but when it comes to the development of Mangaung, we need to check what steps are we taking, individually and collectively so. We've made a serious allegation in this council that investors of note that are Mangaung-based, people with money, are not investing in this city. They are investing elsewhere. Yet they are living with us. They are making money out of this city, and the money is escaping the city. We are trying to harness the money. You stand before it. You take us to court. It's fine, but we'll let our people know who are the detractors of the development of this city. And I think this is going to form part of the major aspect of the campaign. Unfortunately, the tendency remains racially defined, and we will define it as such. I can't come to this council, work with people that when we take decisions, we are together. When we criticize each other, we understand. But when we put things into place, you look for pieces of legislation to frustrate development. We'll deal with that as such. So this document is meant to do that. The issue of the Zunta Temangad, it was in this council, when a document was prepared, MPEC said and literally questioned what was not even presented before this council. And believe me, even before we could go further, a party in this council, together with the SPCA, took the process to court, even before we could go any further. What is interesting is that we need a zoo for our children. But some people that own some resort and where animals are kept would not like to see that zoo through, because then their business sites would not be visited. So they must frustrate the zoo. That's the effort. So they took us to court. Instead of now doing what we said we'll do in bringing the zoo before our children, we must now go to court and fight to justify the case. Distia tells you that the animals they know they can account for, we are taken to court to account for the animals that were taken by Distia, by some of us here. So logically, in Tatemungal, I really take it that some of these things are frustrating. You look at social media, cricket stadium, it's a hot cake. But the historical part of it is not related. It's a hot cake now. It's like it's fashionable. When it was stolen. So, and it's not only the cricket speaker, as I sit down, we now have to track what are those items that were sold just prior election in Mangaung, and find a way as this municipality to reverse them. Because people have enriched themselves with that. You look at some of the prison that belongs to the municipality. What is this one that they've developed just next to Ramblers Club? Look at it. Look at the showground. You must check how much rental is paid on the showground. That huge, humongous prison, that whole big events, year to year in and year out. Go and check how much people are paying there. Go and check who has given himself some pieces of the activities in that place. It's very interesting. It's very interesting, but when you come into this council, indeed I can understand. Some of us represent communities, but some of us represent economic sectors. So some of the people who sit in this council deliberately sit with an intention to frustrate the intention of this city to grow and to even recover its own lost grounds and where these things are stolen. But we need to be riffraff.
Sure,
it's a pity. We don't know what the election will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I now want to divide the House because there was an earlier proposal that the matter should go back until those points which were canvassed in the submission by Councillor Martins have been sufficiently addressed. That proposal was seconded by Councillor Ramile. May I now, after having received this report from the Executive Mayor, divide the House on that basis. Let me see hands of those in support of the first proposal to refer the matter back. Thank you. Those against the proposal to refer this item back. Thank you, Masibone or Andizi. Abstentions? Thank you. Those who are in support of the first proposal to refer the item back is 28. Those who are not in support of the proposal to refer this item back is 42. And abstentions is only 4. May I now rule that that proposal falls off? We are only left with the first original recommendations as contained in page 11. For approval, there are 8 recommendations. Can I now see hands of those in favor of all the recommendations listed in page 11 of the item in question? With amendments. Okay. Let's quickly speak to those amendments.
When it follows alienation, I
Mhm.
said the intended alienation.
Okay.
Including at the
Okay. Does the amendment that is being referred to as the intended is inserted just before the word alienation? So may I now see hands of those in favor of the recommendations as listed in page 11 with that amendment or with those amendments? Okay, those against or who are not in support of the recommendations together with the amendment? Thank you, Andizi. Thank you, Honorable Councillors. Those in favor of the recommendations as listed on that item, together with the amendment made, is 42. Those against, is 26. Abstentions is 6. Okay, Councillor Mwale.
Speaker Obadile Markenan Wenze error. You should have said 41 because Councillor Lechoko didn't vote at that time. When you finish counting, is then that he raised his hand. It was already late after counting. You can check it on at least the camera is looking to their side. It will show. It will show.
No. Ditaba di monate ha di na le bopaki. My witness is Mekloli. She gave me the same number that I got, which is 42. It could have been that Choko lowered his hand at the time when your eyes were still facing a different direction. Thank you, colleagues. That item will be carried as it is. I now want to proceed I initially said that we will be breaking for lunch. I have only two items, it's 13 and 14. And under that item, I have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I have 6 speakers. So I don't know, can I, just one councillor, can I get guidance? Should we take a lunch break or should we conclude with this? Councillor Viviers is, okay. No, let's break for lunch. Council Whip?
No, Speaker, hake motho ya tsebang haholo ho tsena tsa bophelo bo botle. Empa ke jwetswe hore dijo ha di ka dula nako e telele di se di lokisitswe. Di na le, especially ya di phetswe batho ba bangata. Di na le mokgwa wa hore di iketsetse tsa tsona. Jwale ke ne ke kopa hore re mpe re kgutle tswekere se batla e phahame. Ha re break pele re tla kgutla.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm advised, Councillor, that since food has been prepared for more than 6 hours, let's take a break. We will come back. It's 15:29. If we can be back by 15:30. By 4 o'clock, 1600. It's just a quick 30 minutes lunch. Let's please be punctual. Thank you. Welcome back, councillors. We are 56 in the house. We are good to go. We will resume our debates on item 13 and 14, and 15 has been withdrawn. That will conclude the items of the executive mayor. I now want to, and then immediately thereafter, we will deal with item 117, which is item for information on the reports, consolidated reports of ward committees. And then we will consider the supplementary agenda There are only 2 items on the supplementary agenda. Is the item on the Ombudsman bylaw, as well as the work plan, the annual work plan for the MPEC committee. And then after that, we will conclude on the reports in committee. After that, the last item will just be for noting, which is questions in terms of Rule 38 of Council's standing rules and orders. So on those 2 items, 13 and 14, I initially indicated that I have 6 councillors. On item 13, it will be Councillor Kotze, followed by Councillor Lotrit, followed by Councillor Dikog, that them Umkhotwana, you noting them, followed by Councillor Dikog, followed by Councillor Mungale. And on item 14 will be Councillor Mungale, Councillor Foster, and Councillor Murray. And then immediately thereafter, we will jump to 116, there's none, 117, consolidated reports of ward committees, 118, reports from Salga, only 1 report, there's an omission. That report was presented by Councillor Murray. And then 119, in committee reports. And then we will consider the supplementary agenda.
Speaker, I've also drawn item 14.
It's for noting, and I was advised that ANC councillors will not be speaking. At this time, councillors, I would like to ask Ntate Mkhotwane to take over as I momentarily take a leave of absence. Ntate Mkhotwane, you can come over. Remember the 3 minutes rule, the Tsotsoma rule. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. We are on item 13 of the executive mayor's items. The speakers drawn are as follows: Councillor Kotze, Councillor Lotrit, Councillor Dikok. The last one will be Councillor Mungali. Councillor Kotze, your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. With your permission, I would like to speak before Councillor Kotze. Thank you.
Granted.
May I continue, please?
You may start.
Thank you. The DA support the principle of international engagement. We welcome every opportunity to promote Mangaung, build relationship with cities across the world, and learn from municipalities that have succeeded where we continue to face challenges. Our support, however, is subject to such initiatives forming part of a properly planned, budgeted, and approved strategy. International engagement should not simply proceed because they appear to be a good idea at the time. Council must be able to exercise proper oversight before commitments are made. This report raises several important questions, but due to time factors, I will try to summarize it. Speaker, the DA caucus has concluded that this report does not provide council with the information necessary to perform its oversight function. The report contains no financial breakdown of the trip, no indication of the approved budget from which it has been funded, no estimate on the future financial commitment now being recommended, and no measurable implementation plan. Council cannot be expected to exercise oversight after public funds have already been spent and future commitments have already been made. I therefore move that this report be referred back to the Executive Mayor for resubmission to Council with the outstanding information, including a full financial breakdown of the visit, the approved source of funding, the estimated cost of the proposed participation in the 2026 Sarabaya Cross-Cultural International Folk Art Festival, confirmation of the budget provision for that participation, and a clear implementation and reporting framework, thereby enabling Council to properly exercise its oversight responsibility before the report is considered. Should this amendment not be supported, the DA will unfortunately not be able to support the report and will have no option but to vote against it. I thank you, Speaker.
Can I speak now? Acting Speaker, I second the proposal by Councillor Lottery.
Thank you, Councillor Kose. Councillor Gok, your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you, Speaker. Let us be honest. Mangaung remains one of the lowest investment attractors among South African metros. Our roads, our N1, our N6, N8 and N5 corridors carry national traffic every day. Yet we convert almost none of that advantage into local jobs or GDP. Business leaders told you the same story. Against that backdrop, we sent a delegation to Indonesia. We signed minutes of meeting. We are preparing a letter of intent for a friendship city relationship focused on waste management and culture tourism MSMEs. We read glowing descriptions of Surabaya's waste to energy plant, TPS 3R facilities, waste banks and landfill gas systems. All that's very impressive. The problem is not Indonesia. The problem is Mangaung. Our own integrated waste management plan 2022 to 2026 is already years old. Collection remains unstable. Illegal dumping continues. Our landfills do not meet environmental standards. We do not need another overseas trip or another paper agreement to know this. We need disciplined implementation on the ground. Turning a former landfill into a park is wonderful in Surabaya. Here we still cannot keep the refuse trucks running on schedule. The same pattern appears with tourism. Naval Hill, cable car concepts, sports for development and documentary opportunities have been discussed for years. Local chambers and developers keep bringing practical proposals. The municipality keeps producing reports and summits. Results remain scarce. A further clear concern must be addressed at the outset. Will this relationship include the use of local labor? Any partnership that imports technology or expertise while sidelining Mangaung's own workforce would simply repeat the pattern of external showpieces that leave our people unemployed and our local economy untouched. The Freedom Front, therefore, insists on 3 practical conditions before any further steps. Publish a clear, costed implementation plan for the waste management pilot with measurable targets for 2026-27, sorting rates, collection reliability and landfill compliance, and name the responsible officials. Establish a genuine one-stop investment desk that actually answers local businesses and keeps appointments. The chambers and developers have wasted long enough. Report back to Council within 3 months on concrete outcomes from the Indonesian engagements. Not another set of minutes, but signed commercial interest, technology transfer timelines, or zero results. In closing, we support genuine investment attraction and knowledge exchange. We reject the cycle of glossy international reports that leave the same local failures untouched.
Thank you, Councillor. Please do supply the Secretariat with your script. Thank you. Councillor Mungali, it's your turn.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mangaung has embarked on a very interesting trip. I don't know the choice of Indonesia, but Indonesia is about 17.
Sorry.
Oh, no, I was saying Indonesia has about 17,000 islands, but they are being marshaled to fall under one administration with their sophisticated transport system that is mainly waterborne, but they are able to rise to the occasion, and we are aware that Mangaung will be entering into a cultural and also a waste management partnership. But my question is, don't we have local people in Mangaung who can be able to export their finished products into Indonesia? Is there a market that has been identified by those who visited Indonesia where they said, here is a gap that Mangaung should exploit in order to grow the economy of Mangaung? Because we know that when you talk about investment, you also talk about those who are bringing the investment into this country by creating jobs. Another form of creating jobs is that your local people, once they are able to get market in those countries to export their products, it might also increase the job opportunities and economy of Mangaung. So these are the things that maybe we need to be addressed on when the mayor will be responding on these issues, to say, what are the opportunities that are there in Indonesia that Mangaung must be able to exploit? And if there are those gatherings of cultural activity between Mangaung and Indonesia, how many cultural people have been identified in Mangaung that would make a contribution towards the body of knowledge of making sure that Mangaung takes advantage of that cultural activity, but it benefits economically out of that process? We don't want it to be the event of dancing, fela, cultural event. It must also be about making sure that there is return on investment. And we must turn every activity in Mangaung to become an economic activity because of our challenges that we have now. We can't take things for granted. And I believe that all those people that took the trip, I'm not accusing anyone, but all I'm saying is that I have an impression that it was not tourism. It was a fact-finding mission. And if indeed it was, there must be a report that says, Mangaung, we have to tap on the following opportunities that we have seen in Indonesia. Or maybe there are some things locally here that we are not doing right, that we also need to start having an aggressive campaign around them. And that is my humble submission to that particular matter.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mungali. We'll attend to that problem, Councillor Mungali. The last speaker on this item is it Councillor Musala on behalf of Councillor Tawan? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Musala. Your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Post-investment summit that Mangaung held last year, February, We had trade engagements with China, Russia, Indonesia, and South Korea. The Consul General of Indonesia facilitated trade visit to Jakarta and Surabaya for Mangaung. And it was discovered that we share same similarities with Surabaya. Hence we forged relations with the city. So we both agreed there was an agreement between Mangaung and the city of Surabaya, where the framework of cooperation was agreed upon. I'm surprised and shocked to hear Councillor de Kock and Councillor Mongali referring to this, that they're referring to when they are finished with the minutes, which clearly states the framework of cooperation between our city and the city of Surabaya. The framework of cooperation, according to the minutes, it says both parties agreed to explore a friendship city relationship based on the principles of equality and mutual benefit. The areas of cooperations include 1, economy, trade, and investment, which Councillor Mongali just spoke about. So that is already covered in our minutes with the city, Councillor Mongali. So it means you are safe. Councillor de Kock referred to issue of waste management, and it's here on the minutes. We also agreed about education, culture, and youth, infrastructure development, information and technology, last but not least, sustainable energy. As a result, this clearly states that the executive mayor is on the right, his plans are on the right track, mainly because the relations that we are forging between ourselves and the city of Surabaya will benefit the poor of the poorest of Mangaung and the community of Mangaung at large. As I second the approval of the item before the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Msala. On what point are you raising? Point of order. Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you, Speaker. I was not fighting the report, and neither did I intend to undermine it. All what I was saying is that were there gaps or opportunities that were picked up in Indonesia that Mangaung should take advantage of in terms of growing the economy of Mangaung. In this particular case, I was saying, I'll give a practical example. There is a man there in Tabanchu, near Kopi, who is making ladders. He's working on ladder. That man needs also an exposure internationally. What kind of support can be given to that particular person? I'm not saying Mangaung must come with all answers. All I was saying is that you can arrange a meeting of cultural people and business people that wants to trade or export any of their products in Mangaung. And under that meeting, this tier might also be there. But from that meeting, you might come up with a plan that will help that when we meet Indonesia, we are able to say, but these are our things that we want to trade with you about. And then they'll tell us out of the following issues that we want to trade with us. These ones, we already have a deal with certain countries with them, but the following, we would appreciate to have them because we don't have them in our country. Now, that is all that I'm saying. I'm not fighting anyone. I'm just making a contribution. And I'm expecting it to be received with the warmth that it has been dispatched.
Thank you, Councillor Msala, on that point of personal explanation. Oh, Councillor Msala, on what point?
It's important, Acting Speaker, to respond. If the gaps were not identified, we never could have agreed to cooperate with Surabaya about economy, trade, and investment. There's a high level of minutes. So for now, we won't be able to quantify when we talk about economy, trade, or investment. Clearly, that will follow. More, all the trade and investment opportunities between ourselves and the city in question. Thank you.
Councillor Msala, let's continue. Councillor Lotrit. made an additional recommendation that this item should be referred back, and he was supported by Councillor Kotze, I think. We are going to vote on that one first, before we vote on the item. On 13. 13.
Acting Speaker, I should have maybe clarified certain things and
Continue, my.
yeah. All metro mayors were called by the president, and one of the president's instruction is to indeed make sure that we seek investment in whichever way we can to make sure that our city grows. So let it be understood that this is a national mandate to metros to ensure that we really gallivant the globe wherever we can to ensure that we get investment. That's one point that I want to register. The second point that I want to register is that it is prudent that the council must know that city to city, they do what we call twinning of cities. Now, the visit to Surabaya and Jakarta was to identify first which one of the city that has got features that we have as Mangaung. Now, the Temangale raised an interesting thing to say, to identify people that would literally invest in accordance with what would literally sell. I can indicate that we met, amongst other things, the business forum of Surabaya, which operate at the city level and at the national level. The interest is meat. Let's start there. One of the biggest interests is meat. And by way of also investing on the abattoir. Now, the linking of the abattoir, the meat and transportation, the transformation of our airport, including Tempe, is to create a hub that will help when we bring an abattoir that will operate in our locality by animals that will come from the related farmers. How would that be sent? So there must be some kind of a station. And Tempe poses that opportunity. The second interest they have is flowers. And we call ourselves the mastermind of flowers, roses in particular. They need that. There's a myriad of many things that they would want to. But amongst others is that they would like to have a hub where they produce in the city, or outside their area, for import and export purposes. So we need to attract that. But Chairperson, let me put it this way. You know, we come from different walks of life. One critical point I want to indicate is that those that come from business, they would know that business people don't take chances if it comes to investing their money. They speculate, they ascertain, and they make sure that there is return on an investment. Now, we are saying good things, but we are not doing good things. For starters, business people that will come into this country will not invest with the metro. They must invest through other business people that are existing in that particular locality. The question would be, are we really promoting our business people? And those that exist, do we really take ourselves serious? To be proud of the metro that we are living in order to be part of an investment attraction? Or are we intending to do those attractions where our second citizen in terms of existence in this country is realized? Obviously, when you bring a muscular business person, you must have someone who will cushion that in a locality. So it's about time that as business people, in our existence in the metro, must also be a window of attraction, not a window of criticism.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, will you
On
allow
what?
me to just make a small response to what the mayor just said, please?
No, sir.
It's in the interest of the people of Mangaung listening to this, what the mayor says.
It is not unduly for to allow me to just say a few words in comment on what this mayor says, unless you want to.
Just, what was the point of order?
This councillor to give points of personal explanations where they gave new speeches. Why don't you allow Councillor Lottridge the same?
I think we are putting the horse before the cart before the horse. Really. I was going to allow the honourable member 1 minute. I was going to make an exception, really. Okay, Councillor Lottridge, you've got 1 minute.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. You know, I know a couple of guys, if I look just around me, that has learned to make business out of very thin margins. Not with the luxury that we have in the municipality, and then we haven't got a cooking clue what to do. Okay, we don't have that. The other thing is important. If you don't have control in business, if it's acceptable for you to give a woolly report like this, and then say, no, we are clandestine, because the president says so, that's nonsense. We need to report back to our constituencies on every cent spent in this house. And this will be unacceptable, and it will remain unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on. I'm going to divide the House now. There was an additional recommendation from Councillor Lottridge that this item be referred back.
Chair. Chair. Chair, with all due respect, can you please ask the councillor to withdraw that words of nonsense? With all due respect, because I thought he will address the councillor. Please.
Councillor Lottridge. Councillor Lottridge.
Chief Whip.
Councillor Lottridge. Councillor Lottridge. You've made your point, but are you going to withdraw?
What is it, but I must withdraw?
The councillor is asking that you must withdraw the word nonsense.
Oh, sure, nonsense. Yeah, okay.
Are we withdrawing? Thank you. Let's continue with the voting. I'm going to divide the House. Councillor Lottridge. Councillor, no. Councillor Lottridge.
I'm raising because you speak to me. I want to be respectful.
No, sit down, Councillor Lottridge. There's an additional recommendation from Councillor Lottridge that this item be referred back, and it was supported by Councillor Kotze. We are going to vote on that one. Okay. Those who are for the item to be referred back, may I see your hands up, please? Can I see, thank you. Can I see the hands for those who are against? Thank you. Abstentions? Thank you. The tallies are as follows. 426, against 37, abstentions 4. So the recommendation falls off. Let's now vote as per the recommendations on page 12 of your agenda. Those who are for, as per the recommendations, let me see your hands. Ki yona ntse ke le yona le- Lisa teacher. Thank you. Those who are against? It is okay. It's 7. Thank you very much. Abstentions? Thank you. The scores are as follows. Those who voted for is 37, against 21, 9 abstentions. So yeah, good. Thank you very much. Item. The recommendations are there on page 12. Okay, let me just summarize them. Recommendation number 1, councils approve the attached signed minutes of the meeting between Triple M and Surabaya City. B, approve the signing of the letter of intent by the executive mayor on behalf of Triple M. C, council approve the participation of Triple M to Surabaya Cross-Cultural International Folk Art Festival, CSCCIFAF 2026. Last one, council approve the report. Ifitile, ikitile. Thank you very much. On the mayor's items, we are now on item number 14. On my speakers list, I've got the following councillors. Councillor Mongale, Councillor Forster, Councillor Mureng, and Councillor Krier. In that order, please. Item 14. Dr. Mongale, your time starts now.
Okay. No, thank you, Speaker. I don't have much on this item. I support the item. But the only worry is that I can see that there is much emphasis on. Okay. I can see that there is much emphasis on this item of ARTO. But my worry is, I'm aware that it is about strengthening the courts and taking the function so that the courts, Mangaung, can have effective courts that deals with traffic fines and all that. But all I'm saying is that that function cannot be separated from the function that is still at Lengau, that Mangaung is refusing to go and collect it. And I want to know what is the link between this function and those functions that should have been part of Mangaung's functions when it was pronounced a metro. That Mangaung is struggling to incorporate into Mangaung because province is afraid of losing that big account. We are talking about a multi-million account here. The Department of Registry at Traffic Lengau, at the provincial Lengau office. That function belongs to Mangaung. And province has been running away with that function and making illegal money that should have been made by Mangaung. Mangaung should not have been under this current condition if they had that function under Mangaung. But Mangaung wants to make as if I'm asking for them to go and provoke the province, or maybe to go and offend the province. While I'm saying, province knows that function in terms of the duties of the metro, it belongs to Mangaung. And it can't be kept in suspense. And you keep it there in the province, just for the sweetness of it. There is a reason why they are keeping it at the province. If the province wants to remove it, the province financial condition will collapse. It will be the one that goes under administration. Now they are saving their crisis with Mangaung. Now Mangaung is carrying this baby that is already in coma. They are carrying the baby on their back. That is why you are unable to function. You are carrying too much baggage on your back. Let province give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. I'm raising that with all humility. I hope I'm not going to be misunderstood, because I'm raising a legal issue here that Mangaung knows it belongs to them. I know after meeting they will come to me and say, you are right, it belongs to us, but here they will not defend it. And this is why I have a problem. I have a problem with people that support you after meeting, but inside the meeting they deny to support you, even though they know you are right. Thank you. I don't want to win somebody.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mangale. You are saying give unto Caesar what belongs to him. Raslier Foster, you 3 minutes ahead now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. All protocols observed. The Freedom from Plus poses the following critical seeking questions concerning the implementation of Phase 2 of R2 within Mangaung. First of all, the post office funding gap. Since the city is already facing a 380 million deficit in 2025-2026 financial year, how does the Directorate plan to pay for the new South African Post Office service requirements, which a report explicitly states have not been budgeted for in the current financial year? So in essence, where is the extra money going to come from if it's not in the budget? Revenue losses and the gains for the city. The city failed to collect around about 29.3 million in fines in the previous financial year due to insufficient systems. Will moving to the auto revenue sharing model with national agencies actually help the city collect more money? Or will most of that cash flow now go to national agencies instead of our own local pocket? The Traffic Department also has spent around about 16.5 million rand on overtime in the 2025-26 financial year, double the original 8.3 billion budget. Now, since R2 required a lot of extra staff training, how are we going to pay for those extra hours without driving these unauthorized costs even higher? R2 also changes the entire legal process for traffic fines. Exactly what percentage of our current traffic officers has been certified and trained to use these new electronic devices and administrative systems? The department further issued over 19,500 fines last quarter, far exceeding the target of 1,250. Yet the readiness report describes our back office capacity as inadequate. Now the question arises, will our office staff handle the massive mountain of extra paperwork that R2 brings if they can't even handle the current workload? Last year the department also only spent around about 1.8 million of the 10.6 million it had for new equipment. Now the question, if we can't even spend the money we already have, how are we going to buy and maintain the expensive new technology needed to implement R2? We have purchased new devices, but they are not yet fully linked to our municipal systems. What is the specific deadline for this integration, and who is responsible for these delays? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. Please supply the Secretariat with your script. Councillor Morin, your time starts now.
Chief Whip, Tavenze Leonaio, Stulo Sebe, Lemosetan Tavenze. Mozambique di Pisa, when I was in Samonate, Bavanga Batela, let us some hand. Protect me, Speaker, please. Protect
you are protected.
These outgoing councillors are now attacking. Please protect me.
Please continue.
Honorable Speaker Mkaya, I would like to ask a few clarity-seeking questions. Firstly, on Councillor, can I finish, please?
Please, Councillor Morin, please, you are protected.
I know the
Continue.
rule is not my problem. First, on legislative compliance, we must ask, Councillor, can you respect me? I know where you stay there, potholes. Just
Councillor Morin.
please respect me. Respect me.
Councillor Morin.
Please.
Sorry, Speaker.
Please.
Can I?
Chief Whip, please come in.
Councillor Mureng and Councillor Mtivale, but can we please respect the decorum of the House? Don't start if you can't stand for it, and they must not even assist you to finish it. So I would request that all of us, we respect the time that you were given and allow yourself to speak without provoking others, while at the same time we have to stop others from interjecting when you are talking. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Morin, please continue uninterrupted.
First, on legislative compliance, we must ask which statutory requirements required are still outstanding. Are our infringement notices, service methods, and statutory timeframes fully aligned with the government notice 54822? Without clarity here, we risk non-compliance from day one. Second, on the SAPO service level agreement, the proposed contract introduces new financial commitments. What are the exact costs, and how will they be funded within the current budget cycle? Legal services and finances must provide assurance that this agreement is both lawful and sustainable. Third, on the Arto financial model, revenue flows sharing arrangements and statutory fee allocations remain uncertain. Will Mangaung require a dedicated Arto bank account? How will delayed transfers affect our cash flow? These questions go to the heart of the municipal financial stability. Fourth, on system integration and back office capacity, we have procured handheld enforcement devices, but are they fully integrated with our systems? How many additional staff are required, and what training modules are planned? Without operational readiness, technology alone will not deliver compliance. Fifth, on stakeholder and coordination, RTIA, RTMC, SAPO, SALGA, and provincial authorities must be engaged in a coordinated rollout. What mechanisms are in place to ensure knowledge sharing and institutional support? Six, on the financial reconciliation, monthly reports must track infringement volumes, service costs, unsuccessful deliveries, and credit notes. Who will review these reports, and how will council be kept informed? Finally, on implementation risk, the RTMC has warned of incomplete training, equipment delays, and system integration challenges. Which of these risks are most pressing for Mangaung, and how are they going to be mitigated? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think Councillor Creer, because of the agreement that was made earlier on, your name falls off.
Yes, Speaker, I
I'm
stand in
being
solidarity
advised.
with what my work said.
Thank
Unlike
you.
some people from DA who doesn't take their work serious.
Stop it there. Thank you.
They are not coming back. Relax.
Majoro, do you have?
No.
Majoro, do you have anything to say? Okay.
Speaker, I just want to, sometimes when things that make...
Majoro, please, there's some noise there. Please let's afford the mayor the respect.
I was saying, Speaker, sometimes when Jakarta, Tulafas, I was saying, Speaker, when sensible things are said in council, we must acknowledge them. And I don't know from which pot Ntate Mongale was cooked lately. And this is now the third council in succession, where his ability to demonstrate leadership is beginning to be felt in the veins of democracy. Welcome.
Compliment, Majoro? Is that a compliment?
Yeah, it's a compliment. It's quite in nice, decorated English. Ntate Mongale, I want to support what you said about devolution of Mangaung as a property that should be mended by the municipality. And I just want to list quick ones so that you should know we're just on top of it. It is Mangaung. It is human settlement in terms of accreditation that must come to Mangaung. It is opening our regions, because we have taken that decision that our regions must be open. But what must happen in those regions? They must be empowered to make telling decisions on a number of things. Our collections must happen where our people are, and stop letting people to get into kumbis coming downstairs here. But in doing so, we must also make sure that we disseminate some of these operations to where the regions are. But over and above that, we are hard at work to also ensure that, the issues of clinics. Because I'll tell you, councillors, when you go to communities, whether you are a mayor, you are an MMC, you are a councillor, when people demand, they talk about even some of the services that you should be doing that are done at the provincial level. And you happen not to have answers as councillors. So we're saying some of those operations must come down. We have engaged the province, we'll keep on doing so. So that a metro must, in a true sense of it, be a metro in control of the services that it must provide. Now, Chairperson, on a lighter note, I want to say to councillors, what Councillor Rodriguez said, nonsense, was not an insult. It was a depletion of data, English database, data bundles. I want to believe you wanted to say it does not make sense. And for lack of better words, he actually alluded to nonsense. But the truth of the matter is, we are not English people, and when the data bundles have depleted, you end up saying the nearest word you can come across. And the last point that I want to raise, Chairperson, is that my brother over there, Councillor, he reminds me of the late Ndate Kada Asma. At the level of the legislature, he said, out of anger, half of you are fools. Then he was called to order to say, withdraw what you are saying. He indeed stood up and he withdrew it. He said, Speaker, I want to withdraw. Half of you are not fools. So that's what my brother said there, and I don't think he was apologizing. So yeah, it's fine. But we heard you, that you are saying half of us are fools, and when we say you must apologize, you say, okay, half of you are not fools. It's okay.
Thank you, Majoro. Today you are so generous. Thank you, Majoro. Okay. Thank you, Majoro. Today you are so generous with praise and compliments. The item was for noting, and then we are going to go back to item 113, the speaker's items. There's a supplementary item. It's read as thus: request for council to approve the making and administering of bylaws for the office of the Ombudsman in Mangaung Metro Municipality. It's been circulated to all councillors. Okay. May I draw the names of the speakers who want to talk on this item? Councillor Kotze, thank you. Any other hand? Any other hand on this item? Oh, Councillor Mongali? Any other hand? Going once? Thank you. Councillor Kotze, I think you missed that.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports the adoption of this bylaw because the Mangaung Metro needs an independent ombudsman. The bylaw gives the ombudsman the legal authority to investigate maladministration, access municipal records, require cooperation from officials, and report directly to council through the Speaker. Most importantly, it protects the ombudsman from political and administrative interference, ensuring that investigations are conducted without fear or favor. However, independence means more than words on paper. We as a Democratic Alliance believe that we need a permanent appointed ombudsman. Advocate Charlie Naidu is putting everything in place, but she's not permanently appointed in that position. Why do we still need to re-advertise the position and get somebody to take over from her? Furthermore, all staff assigned to the office of the Ombudsman must work exclusively for that office. They cannot continue serving in other municipal departments while investigating complaints against those same departments. A truly independent Ombudsman's office requires dedicated independent personnel. Finally, Council must implement its previous decision to relocate the Ombudsman's office away from the Bram Fischer building. The office must be housed in separate premises to protect its independence and to give residents confidence that complaints can be investigated free from intimidation or undue influence. Let us not only approve this bylaw, but also ensure that the Office of the Ombudsman is truly independent in its leadership, staffing, and location. I thank you.
Councillor Kotze, Councillor Mongali.
No, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we accept the document on supplementary document on bylaws. We don't have a problem with it as African Alliance of Social Democrats. The issue that I wanted maybe us to consider is that I wish Majoro was here, just to tell him that whenever he speaks about something, he must also acknowledge the source. We are from university. We are
Student Mongali, Student Mongali.
We are very serious. Last time I raised the issue of ombudswoman. Now he has corrected it. I was just saying, acknowledge the source. African Alliance of Social Democrats. That's it. That's all I was saying.
Thank you very much, Student Mongali. This is a later note, Councillor Mongali. Thank you very much. Okay. The source. Councillor Morake, you are the last one on this item.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. The purpose of this report is to seek council approval for the making and administering bylaw of the Office of Ombudsman, provide for the legal and operational framework for its establishment and functioning procedure. The background. The Office of the Ombudsman has been established to ensure an independent, transparent, and accountable mechanism for handling complaints reviewing administrative action, promoting good governance. The approval of this bylaw is critical step to formalize office, authority, procedure, governance structure in accordance with applicable legislation. I'll go to the recommendation. It is recommended that the council take note of this report, that the council grant approval of the making of the Ombudsman bylaw, that the council mandate the office of the city ombudsman to ensure compliance with legislative procedure in promulgation of the ombudsman bylaw. I think, like what Ntate Kotse said, whilst you have somebody acting here with that capacity that Advocate Naidu and experience have, why are we still saying he's an acting ombudsman? We need to have a permanent ombudsman so that they must have a full responsibility. With the budget, because this council has approved that the budget must be allocated to the Office of Ombudsman. So now, I think it's very important that we must not ignore the decision of this council all the time. So I think, Speaker, I want to rest my case. Let's accept this bylaw so that the office can be fully and have full administrative support and staff that are executing the work of the Ombudsman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morake. The recommendations are as follows. A, Council takes note of the report. B, that Council grant approval for the making of the Ombudsman bylaw. C, Council mandates the Office of the City Ombudsman to ensure compliance with legislative procedure in the promulgation of the Ombudsman bylaw. Those who are for the report, please raise your hands as contained in the report. Please raise your hands. Unanimous. Thank you very much. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. We now move on to item 115. 115 is reports from MPEC. I'm going to afford this opportunity to Councillor Chwane, the chairperson of that committee. Dumela Councillor Chwane.
Dumela rra.
Mucha.
O phetse rra.
Ishapa perera.
Ke a leboga rra. Good morning, good afternoon, Acting Speaker. Greetings to Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Chief Whip, and all councillors in the chamber. Let me take this opportunity to greet the residents of Mangaung, most particularly Ward 34, where I come from. Speaker, today I would like to table a schedule of MPEC work plan for 2026-2027. This work plan dedicated to improve the work of MPEC and zoom deeply in the role of MPEC oversight, strengthening accountability, consequence management, accelerating the performance of MPEC. This work plan is a direct tool to measure competency of the committee, to reflect on work ahead of MPEC. MPEC is an important body of council. Our focus sharply will deal precisely with unauthorized and irregular expenditure. First month will deal with non-cash items which amounted to 5.4 to 7 billion. That reflect in our UIFW register. This work plan uniquely will also bring different approach. 4 elements of enhancement is identified. Number 1, work plan is targeted based on you. Work plan is a targeted based, as you can see on objective outcome column. Number 2, work plan is looking at a service delivery user department, mainly dealing with unauthorized and material irregularities. Number 3, all members of the MPEC committee need to be ready to work entirely for the period of first quarter and second quarter, as they will embark on 3 days per week, vigorous work to deal with unauthorized and irregular expenditures. Number 4, work plan also allows those user department enough time to prepare unauthorized and irregular documents, and also the information related to that. Lastly, Speaker, through you, city manager, this work plan need maximum cooperation from you and your senior management. Whenever MPEC calls, please respond with a high distinctive professionalism. Auditor General and Treasury Department is fully behind our neck. And all of us, we need to roll out our sleeves and work and build better Mangaung for our people. Therefore, we seek to recommend the Council to approve the proposed MPEC work plan for 2026-2027. Number 2, the executives and senior managers must practically support the MPEC activities and program. I therefore submit the work plan. Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to congratulate our new chairperson of MPEC. But my problem is, we want us to approve this workshop plan, but it was never been implemented from our previous chairperson, that our city manager, he never come and be accountable with all his charges. Then there was never an HOD or a GM that was taking MPEC serious. So how can we work with some people that are not serious, that are sitting on the highest levels in this municipality? Because they are the ones that mess up this municipality. I thank you.
I don't know where that point of order comes from, really. Because I'm now going to draw people who want to speak on the basis of that report. Noma sibulele ceba ohloniphekileyo ngale report. I will now recognize hands of those who would want to speak on the basis of the report and to consider to accept or not to accept the recommendations on that report. The following hands are recognized: Councillor Kotze, Council Whip. Yes, let me note you, Councillor. And the last councillor will be Councillor Spulau. In that order.
Dankie Speaker, ek gaan 'n bietjie Afrikaans praat vandag. Speaker, as ek na hierdie verslag kyk, kan ek sien daar is 'n klomp adrenalien wat deur daai are gepomp het met die aanstelling van die nuwe voorsitter. Maar ongelukkig baie keer na die adrenalien dan slat die realiteit jou bietjie. En ek dink oor 3 maande gaan ons 'n verkiesing hê en dan gaan die realiteit ons nuwe voorsitter bietjie slaan. Hy het genoem hy is die wijkraadslid van wijk 34. Ek wonder net wanneer gaan hy sy werk doen as 'n wijkraadslid as hy 3 dae in 'n week vergaderings gaan hou. En die probleem is die afgelope 4 jaar is MPAC geïgnoreer en as jy gaan kyk na die ouditeur-generaal se verslag, is die bewyse daar. So ek hoop die nuwe voorsitter het vir hom 'n Superman kostuum gekoop want lyk my hy gaan op water kan loop as ek na hierdie verslag kyk. Die werksplan het bietjie 'n bekommernis vir my. Hy sê daar gaan roadshows gehou word. Die probleem is roadshows gaan geld kos. En ek verwys hom net na die cost containment policy van Mangaung. As daar gekampanje word, kan jy ongelukkig nie munisipale gelde gebruik om die kostes te dek nie. En om nou 3 maande voor die tyd MPAC roadshows te hou, lyk vir my meer na campaigning en of om verskoning te gaan vra omdat die vorige voorsitter die Mangaung Metro geval het. Dan net om af te sluit, speaker, ek wil net onder sy aandag.
All right, let me take a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, it can be correct for the honorable member to make allegations and to presuppose that MPEC will use their money and their roadshows to do undercover ANC campaigns. We are the voice of the masses. That is exactly why they vote for us. We don't need undercover campaigns. Our policies speak to our people. So please, Councillor, met al jou wysheid, gaan leer om elections te wen. Hou jou wysheid om votes te kry. Julle sukkel nog steeds. En moenie vergeet van julle se blunders. And thank you to John Steenhuisen for telling us what Tony Leon is doing behind the curtains, that you think you are in charge. You are just puppets in a puppet show.
Conclude, Councillor.
Yes, I'm trying to, but I was interrupted. Om af te sluit, speaker, in Maart maand het ek skrywe gerig aan die vorige voorsitter laat prepaid watermeters ondersoek moet word in hierdie metro. Dit is al reeds ook in hierdie raad goedgekeur dat 'n ondersoek gedoen moet word in 2022. Maar die vorige voorsitter het dit geïgnoreer. So ek gaan weer 'n skrywe rig na ons nuwe voorsitter toe. Maar asseblief hy moet sy oog hou op sy inbox want daar kom volgende week 'n ander aanklag wat hy ook moet ondersoek. So hy gaan baie besig gehou word. En dan speaker regtig net om af te sluit. Raadslid Logan Creer. Dis bietjie moeilik om in die ry te staan as jy dalk weet jy kom nie terug nie, hè?
Councillor, now let me first thank Councillor Mkhotwane for holding the fort. The next councillor is Councillor. Oh, Council Whip.
Honorable Speaker, let me acknowledge and appreciate the chairperson of MPEC for presenting the work plan for the 26-27 financial year. Because for the MPEC to be able to do that, it is indeed a step in the right direction. And I am shocked and surprised when there's work that is happening and the committee is bringing the report for the council consideration, then some people, they will always focus on the negative things and remain in the past where they belong. It is not good for this council meeting for us to be politicking when we're talking about the issues of compliance and the issues that really matters most in relation to the work of the MPEC. Ours is just to ensure that we support the work of the MPEC and ensure that we take out the municipality out of the challenges and the problems as identified and indicated by.
Okay, let's hear you,
I
Councillor.
think, Speaker, if the chief whip can think, what does impact do? They're doing the oversight visit in all these councillors. So in this whole Mangaung, that's why we are here. We are looking for anything of corruption or anything. So let's start doing our job. Let us start, let the work starting to arrest some people that was doing wrong things here. Then we will consider the ANC back again. Thank you.
No, that's not a point of order. That point is dismissed.
Speaker, it is dangerous to give a person who did not train on how to use a gun, because ultimately he will shoot, even if when it is not necessary for him to do so. And what Councillor De Bruyn is doing is just haphazard shooting without necessarily focusing on the point at hand. So I just wanted to say our work as this council is to support the work of the MPEC and ensure that in their endeavor to make sure that they deal with all the issues. I think for 2-3 months ago, Mangaung has been on news and not in the right way. But today, we are saying when the MPEC chairperson is presenting the report before the council, somebody comes in and talk about the previous and the previous and the previous. Why is talking and making reference on the previous chairperson when the new chairperson is implementing what we're supposed to be doing? So I am saying what is supposed to be done with us now. We must just approve what the MPEC has just presented with us. The only thing that is left of us is to ensure that we support them going forward so that they can perform their duties at best and ensure that they support the municipality and they play oversight as expected from them. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. All right, Councillor De Bruyn, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to say again, in this workshop plan of the chairperson, I was thinking he's going to put that matter of the IPTN in, because we are still waiting for the Majoro that the Hawks must come and arrest some people with that lot of money that they was eating. Even the blood is still standing there, and that blood will still stand there when they're going to leave the offices after 3 months. So let's respect MPEC to do his job, but not in a halfway, with a full way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swolau.
No, ke a leboga modulasetulo. La ntlha ke rata go tsa nako e go leboga the modulasetulo o motšha wa committee ya MPEC ka report ya fetsang go fana ka yone mo lekgotleng. Sa bobedi, chairperson, bothata bo ke nang le bone ke dula ka mo gare ga MPEC. And ke na le bothata ba go ga ke dula mo MPEC. Every time ya go bua ditaba tsa MPEC, go bua ditaba tsa MPEC e ka ke tsa chairperson. This batho ba dutseng ka members tsa bone ba former part ya committee e. Ntho le bua mo mosong o re ke a consult before ke bua. It's the same thing e iragalang ko DA. They have a representative there. He agrees with the decision that is being taken. Meeting. But when it comes here, same people, but I don't know how does he report. the same people of DA, they will come and question the decision taken by the committee. It is really unacceptable, Speaker. The manner in which we conduct ourselves as councillors. This shows hypocrisy. You know, I don't know how to explain it, but it's a hypocrisy of people who do not want to be led, who wants to lead by all means. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair of the MPEC, I don't know if you want to make your last comments before I make a ruling.
No, I think Councillor Baba covered me very well. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, I now really want to draw your attention to the recommendations. In fact, I shouldn't have allowed non-members of MPEC to speak, because this is the report of MPEC, not the report of the chair. And it is presented by the collective. MPEC is an independent committee. We can't second guess the work of MPEC simply because we do not sit in MPEC. Councillor De Bruin, the work of MPEC is not to arrest people. It's to provide oversight, amongst others, is to refer if there's any need for criminal investigation, civil, and our own internal disciplinary processes. So you are placing a heavy burden on the shoulders of those members because they do not even have a warrant of arrest. Yeah. Can I now, colleagues, see hands of those in favor of the recommendations as presented by the MPEC collective? Thank you very much, colleagues. The House is unanimous. Hopefully, MPEC will work towards realizing the amount of work remaining. There's stringent conditions imposed by National Treasury on the work of MPEC and on our obligation to recover UIFW where there's a need to recover, but also to implement consequence management where there's no reporting. And that responsibility must be done without fear, favor, or prejudice. So hopefully you will do your work, colleagues, in the remaining 3 months, because the national minister has threatened also again to withhold your equitable share if you do not do the 3 basic and minimum things that he requested different councils to do. That was just a comment in passing, Chairperson MPEC. You will still need to consider proposals to write off non-cash unauthorized expenditure, because that's non-cash. Present that report to council so that council can consider that and make a determination on those matters. Please do not wait for the next council meeting. We've got a limited number of meetings. If there's a need for you to ask that we convene a special council meeting, please advise us. We will do so and will allow you the opportunity to present before council. Thank you. May we now proceed to the next item. Honorable councillors, CP 116 is reports from the Audit and Performance Committee. There's none. 117, reports on Ward Committee, consolidated report on Ward Committee, Ward Committees. That report is self-explanatory, councillors. There's 33 ward councillors who submitted their 34 34 ward councillors who submitted their reports. I'm not sure about the remaining number. When are they hoping to submit their reports? So that report is for noting. We can only request all other councillors who have not submitted their reports, because we must work towards presenting a closeout report to the incoming administration. So we can't do that if you have not submitted your report. So please do so. We will consider that in our closeout report. Yes, Councillor Kotze.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw the item. I did send it through on our list, but just on, I'll then rise on self-explanation.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, to you, every 3 months we submit these reports, but one rule in this council is you cannot mislead council. And if you go and look at a lot of those reports that's submitted every 3 months are copy and paste reports. And so we must ask, is these ward councillors misleading council with these reports? So I would like to request you, please go and have a look at those reports that are submitted. Then just the other question, those are our ward committees. And our ward committee members, every meeting, they ask the same questions. Why are water leakages not fixed? And then I tell them, unfortunately, the general managers on the floors and the HODs and the MMCs do not answer our calls or respond to our WhatsApp messages. And I want to give you an example. Please go to my ward, you as a speaker, and go and drive down Lloyd George Street. There's a water leak now for 6 weeks. The MMC knows about it. The city manager knows about it. The mayor knows about it. The deputy mayor knows about it. But nothing is being done. But every 3 months, we need to submit that report. What does your office do with that report? Do you send it through to the HODs? Do you send it through to the general managers? Do the MMCs look at those reports? We need to obey the rules. But when we try to report issues within our wards, that's critical. They do not respond or they are not being fixed. And there's always excuses. Always. There's no solutions, always excuses. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That point is noted, Councillor. Yeah, no, you can.
Just on one thing, Speaker, I just want to ask Honorable Councillor Kotze, because he make reference to the cut and paste, as if he have seen all our reports that we have submitted. As submitted. So whether he has seen my ward report and he can ascertain that it is indeed a cut and paste.
Are you willing to answer?
Mr. Speaker, the ward committee members from other wards are calling us because they say the ANC ward councillor is doing nothing. Can you please assist us? And then I ask them, okay, does he submit his report? Then they ask, what report? Thank you, Speaker.
All right. No, Councillor Whip.
I'm not sure, Honorable Speaker, what is the right way to say this. And except to say, Councillor Kotze, if he has nothing to say, he must just keep quiet because he is deceiving the community of Mangaung. My ward committees does not even know him. They won't even recognize him when they see him on the street. Because to them, he does not matter. In fact, he's not even a factor to them. He does not even exist. So he cannot come and tell us to say our ward committees are calling him. How specially is he now to be called by our own ward committees? He must not just stop telling us something that is not here.
All right, thank you. No, I'm not taking any discussions, colleague.
Speaker.
Let me just be direct. Ward 32, why is your report not here?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The report, we sent it to your office. Okay, thank you. I sent it 2 weeks back.
No, that is noted. I'm doing this, colleagues, so that we can be guided by ward councillors. Maybe they did send the report. It was only a technical glitch on the part of the administration. If that is the case, we will correct it. But I just want to confirm why other reports were not here. 33. If it will be reported,
I already sent to Mekoli.
When was that?
Mekoli, a week ago or 2 weeks ago.
Mekoli is here. I'm going to ask her.
Yes, via email. She must check email.
Okay,
Yes.
35.
Speaker, Register ka bua maka ke bile busy haholo but e tla submitiwa by tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Councillor-
Speaker.
Councillor Fantis.
Ah, se ba ntse re le busy.
For being honest. Thank you. 36, Igupi report.
EMPEG.
37.
Speaker.
Ikai report.
Speaker order.
Councillor Mwale.
The councillor is hiding his shame. He's speaking to you while sitting down. I'm saying he must stand up and address you.
No, unfortunately, he is not from Ward 36. He's from 31. 37, where is your report? At 37, again, MPEG. Okay. 39, where is your report? The chairperson of Okainda Demkhotwa. All right, 46, where is your report?
No, I'll send it to tomorrow, Speaker. So
For-
we've been busy so I think by tomorrow morning.
48, where is your report? $48. DAO, where is the councillor?
Mr. Speaker, just to assist you, Councillor Johan Pretorius is not attending today's council meeting. He did submit a leave form.
Yeah, in your spare time, just make him aware that we made an inquiry and he was not here. Ward 51,
Can I submit that tomorrow, Speaker? Ke kgona.
okay. Councillors, I'm really doing this not to embarrass, for a lack of a better word, because the meeting is live. Our people out there, they may not be happy with this kind of account. I really want to believe that you have submitted those reports, those that they've forgotten. Please do so, because we want to work towards compiling a closeout report. We only have one ordinary meeting left between now and our next elections. So please do that. Councillor Viviers.
Thank you. Just allow me maybe a point of self-explanation. I just wanted to allude you to the fact that you missed Ward 16. You started in the middle. You didn't
Okay,
say
no,
Ward
it's
16.
fine. Thank you for that. No, thank you.
Bring it on.
Yeah.
I can smoke like.
No. You are right, Councillor. I missed Ward 16. I also missed Ward 14. Ward 14, where is your report?
Speaker,
Oh, no.
I have a long time submitted the report. He didn't just put my name, he forgot to put my name.
Okay,
Yeah, but he
Councillor.
said he will correct it before council. Thanks.
No, thank you. She's indeed confirming that this was an omission. Ward 16, where is your report?
Thank you for the platform, Honorable Speaker. My report was duly submitted on the 2nd of July. I take my job very serious. My people believed in me. I thank you.
Thank you. Ward 24, where is your report? Councillor Godze. You are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my report was not submitted because there was a reason, and that's why I rise today.
No, I want that reason.
No?
Councillors, can you allow Councillor Godze to reply?
Mr. Speaker, I will submit it now. It's here, ready here.
Okay.
Can I continue?
No, I was only asking where is your report.
No, it's here, but the reason why I did not support it, because if I did not raise on this item, none of these councillors would have admitted that they did not submit a report. And it's easy to say I've submitted my report on the 2nd of June. We still need to see the report. Thank you.
All right. I urge you colleagues to submit those reports. Because the executive mayor will not come to the council without reports. If the executive mayor was to come to the meeting without reports, all of you will be at his throat. So please do your part, colleagues, ward councillors, regardless of your political party. Do your part. There are genuinely those that did not submit because they've been busy with other activities. I just want to urge you to submit your report. Just on my... No, let me rest our debates on that.
Speaker, sorry. Yes.
Okay.
On that. Shanina le mokgotsi wa ka. 27 ke bone.
Oh.
Yeah. No.
Thank you.
And number 2. Right, the water samanga o se le ngata hole.
Councillor Munare ke o sa bua ward number 60. Ke kopa secretary e lokise le yona eo. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. There are in fact 2 wards that have been left us, 27 and 29. 27, where is the report?
Speaker, matsatsing ana go thata o bi. Le laptop na wa e sheba mahlo a kodentse e shebile. So ke tla ke e bona bane. Le batho le sebetsa le bona be le mphileng bona community man ke batla ke re ba mametse community. Gore le bona bana ha ba sa sebetsa ba sa ba ema. Ke a leboha.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Obitane le letswele la di vote ka mo.
Mr. Speaker.
Allow me to conclude, Councillor. Ward 29, where is the report? Oh. Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
All right.
Mr. Speaker,
Councillor Terreblanche.
Mr. Speaker.
You want to present a report of Ward 16?
Mr. Speaker. No, not Ward 16. I'm not fighting. Mr. Speaker. Je wonder se ko kom so koutie beter. Die eerste maal wat hulle vir 5 jaar iets sê, want hulle sit net daar en klap aan en stamp. So ek is baie bly, Mr. Speaker. Ek is baie bly jy dit genoem. Want hy sit net hy stoel warm vir die 5 jaar wat hy is.
No, Councillor, this platform is only for ward councillors. Because you are not a ward councillor, I will not recognize you. Colleagues, please let me finally urge you to submit those reports. We now proceed to the next item on our agenda. Item. Well, on 118 reports on SALGA activities, we have only received 1 report from Councillor Morueng. Can I recognize you, Councillor?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I did send the report of the Transport Working Group through to you and Mekoli. And if it's fine by you, Speaker, you can put it on the next ensuing council so that all councillors can have the report and see what is happening within the SALGA Working Group. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. We will take guidance on that. We will stand this item down because it has not been distributed for discussion. Councillor Mungale.
Speaker, I thought you'll do the same that you did with the ward councillors, with these committee members on SALGA. But in the interest of time, maybe we'll get a report in the next sitting in the last council. But the absence of the report in the last council must subject every councillor who is in that committee, who attended the committee, some time now to explain why the report is not there. Maybe in some councillors, there is an issue of capacity of report writing. It's not a train smash. They can just visit Metrilo, then Metroli must assist them in terms of the skills that she has in her office. They can just talk and tell her what is happening in the committee, and then there are committee clerks that will be able to write what is happening, and then there will be a report at least that will be submitted. But you can't sit here running away from giving reports. Maybe it's people who are capable in the committees. The only deficiencies report writing. But once they give word of mouth, they'll be able to give a report at the end of the day.
Sure. Let me ask Councillor Morueng to explain how did he write the report.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's not a train smash. If you are a member of a working group, SALGA has got its own secretariat where we sit, and also there is a chairperson. Once we have a sitting, you engage with the secretariat to receive the reports of all the sittings that you had. If you want to edit, you can edit, but you must edit with things that were communicated within the committee. So it's not a trained smash to receive a full detailed report from SALGA so that you don't omit or add things that were not said within those working groups. Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, Speaker. MMC wants to say something. MMC?
Through me. No. Councillors, it is fairly easy to report. You don't have to write a report on your own. Salga will do that a report on your own. So please, in our next meeting, I will prepare a schedule of each member because each one of you belongs to a certain working group. So I will do the same exercise. Call your name, ask your report, why are you not reporting? And unfortunately, this time it will involve all of us. Are you not belonging to committees, Councillor? Okay.
Some of us are secondees to those committees, alternate members.
Okay.
Now, would only be activated once the member who is active in the committee is not present, and then we'll be given a call to say, come and attend the meeting.
Okay.
For now, we are inactive.
All right, perfect. Let's then defer this item, colleagues, to the next meeting. May we then proceed to in-committee reports? Did we? I want us to, before we do in-committee should be the last report. I want us to do item 121. 121 is self-explanatory. It's Rule 38 questions, and those have been provided. Except to mention one part which is important, we will need to reply to all those questions so that by the time we attend our last council meeting, there are no outstanding Rule 38 questions. And I'm also going to direct the city manager together with the senior management to prepare a closeout report on council resolutions. Council resolutions for the current year, how many resolutions were adopted by this council, how many are still outstanding, how many have we implemented, so that at least when we do prepare that closeout report, we can enable the next coming administration to refer to matters that are outstanding for them to work on. At least we owe it to them. To those that will not come back, let's do our part to enable the new administration. So that's my request, City Manager. May I now? Okay, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I think, Speaker, let me just bring you back. 4 months back, the executive mayor said that the city manager must answer all our rules, 38. Till now, he didn't answer my rules. It looked like Korta hold him too busy. That's why he can't answer our rules. If it's possible, Speaker, I think I'm serious here. And I want the executive mayor must hear it. Our people need service delivery. If it's possible, can the chairperson of MPAC please call all the HODs and the GMs in one meeting with us? We can hear what is their problem, and then we can take it from there. Because now, like they said, there's just one truck. Then we can hear it from the horse's mouth. What's going on here? Please, my Speaker, like I'm happy to hear what you said we can call a special meeting. So if the chairperson can just remember before he's calling a special meeting from MPEC, let it just call all the HOGs and the GMs. Let it come and account, because that's why we are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That is noted. I now want to move to the last part of our agenda. Yes, those are in committee matters. I would request our media personnel to disconnect. Last time